Stop by our merchandise booth down the third base line and say hello to Tim. We can help you find some cool new 2026 power gear. Support the power and look good while you do it.
welcome to Palm Springs Stadium in Palm Springs, California. Beautiful 101 degrees currently. It's set to cool off a little bit into the 80s as the night goes on. I'm Jack Lennon, joined alongside by Sam Egan. Sam, it's the Palm Springs Power and the Alameda Merchants signed up from the Bay Area. What do you got on the Alameda Merchants?
Yeah, it was a great game last night between these two foes. The Merchants came into Palm Springs Stadium. This is only their third season back in existence. They folded in 2018, came back 3 seasons ago, and from their GM, what they told me, they're just trying to prove themselves in this league, and prove themselves in this league they did, going toe-to-toe with the league's best, the three-time defending champ, and it was a ball game down to the wire. Just when you thought they were out of it, down to their final out, down to their final strike, a 3-run home run that was hit off the bat of Martini. Martini gave him a 2-run lead, and it seemed like a good enough cushion for their bullpen going to the closer, but it was not. He was wild, and it turned into runs galore for the Power. They scored 3 in that final inning to walk it off.
And 9 walks for the Power. The staff as a whole for the Merchants was pretty wild. They only struck out 8 power hitters, and that's one thing we talked about in the Agua Caliente Casinos pregame was the walks for the Power. Over the past 2 seasons, the Power have walked more times than they have struck out. Pretty insane when we think about it. It hasn't been done by an MLB team since the 2002 San Francisco Giants, who lost the World Series that year. It's a very rare feat for an MLB team to accomplish, much less a collegiate-level team. Sam, it's really hot tonight. What's the key for you, for these players, to stay cool and to keep their heads concentrated as the heat drops down a little bit?
So I think obviously as this game goes on, it's a little bit warmer. Last night you saw the Power taking a lot of pitches, I think, with it being a little bit warmer. Despite it being a pitcher's ballpark, the wind, the heat, the elevation, the ball's going to be carrying a little bit today. They might be aggressive here in the early going, especially against some weaker arms for the Merchants. So expect swinging early and often in counts for the Power, and expect it maybe turning to early run production.
And how important is that early run production given the fact that the Power have really found their offensive groove late in some of these games? They've walked off 3 straight games to start the year. Pretty crazy start. But they have had a little bit of trouble getting the bats going in the first, second, and third innings. What's the key to getting those bats going early?
Oh, it's absolutely vital for this team. I mean, you've seen that they can perform in the clutch when it matters, but for this team, you want to perform early. You want to put on for your starter, and especially for the bullpen, you don't want to tax all your high-leverage guys early on in the season. You'd like a game where you can go to your lower-leverage arms and you can just relax a little bit, take your foot off the gas, and just kind of coast to a victory, and they're hoping they do that tonight.
Absolutely. The Power have made a lot of hard contact so far this season, but they're hitting just .219. So we'll see what this lineup can do tonight against a left-handed pitcher in Alex James, who's on the hill for the Merchants. But with that being said, we are going to the national anthem, and lineups and first pitch are coming up on the Palm Springs Power Radio Network.
It's a family setting, you know, we get into conversation, and it's comfortable here is what I guess I'll say. It's comfortable.
The hot cocoa has whipped cream and sprinkles in the whipped cream in the hot cocoa.
Very family oriented. You know, they cater to the kids. They got the coloring books and crayons, and they have kid-sized stuff about almost for everything that you would want. So young and old, everybody can enjoy it.
It's the best.
Made from scratch memories. Elmer's.
back to Palm Springs Stadium in beautiful Palm Springs, California. Jack Lennon alongside Sam Egan. Our on-site producer is Ethan Oliveras. Here's the starting lineup for the Alameda Merchants. It's going to be Kai Laxa, Nico Rodriguez, Trey Johnson, the first three. Martina, the DH, will hit fourth. Gomez, Lynn, and Crewman's after him. And it'll be Tyson Ellis and Zach Lewis bringing up the end of this lineup, put together by Albert Luna, their manager. And for the Palm Springs Power, managed by Casey Dill, it is Matthew McCate leading off and playing left field. Caden Richards will bat second. Junior Rodriguez will follow him. Alex Yasso. Adam Axtell will hit fifth. Derek Thompson sixth. Amari Conley, the DH, will go seventh. Ben Wade and AJ Bianchina will follow those two and bring up the caboose. Jacob Petersheim is on the hill tonight for the Palm Springs Power. Sam, tell me a little bit about Petersheim.
Yeah, Petersheim had a good outing in his outing last time on Saturday. Was really efficient, kept him in that ball game, came up with some big zeros, got hit a little bit around in his third inning of work. But despite that, kept him in that ball game for the most part and ended up being the winning pitcher in that ball game.
Yeah, he's a big, tall right-hander looking to have some dominance over this tired Merchants team. But you mentioned in the pregame, Sam, this Merchants bullpen is a little bit tired. What does that mean for the Power offense tonight?
Well, I think for them, it means they don't have to be as patient as they were last night. I mean, with how tired the arms are, it was kind of for this Palm Springs offense last night, and especially for the Merchants, they felt it was a bit of a conundrum for them. You know, Power only had 4 hits, and they ended up winning the ball game. So for the Power today, you want to be a little bit more aggressive and, you know, kind of earn your run, so to speak, and they're looking to do that here tonight.
Power and Merchants just moments away. The Alameda Merchants coming down from Northern California, just about 5 minutes west of Oakland, California, across the Oakland-San Francisco Bay Bridge, just about 20 minutes from San Francisco, 40 minutes north of San Jose. And as Laxa walks up to the plate, we are getting started right on time at 7 p.m. sharp.
I've heard the locals don't love it being called San Fran.
No, and as a Bay Area native, we do not. And if you do say San Fran, we know immediately that you are not from anywhere close. And the first pitch from Petersheim is swung on and missed. You aren't from such a bad city yourself, Sam. Chicago's a beautiful place.
It's beautiful this time of year, but you get us during the winter. Eesh.
It gets cold. 0-1 is swung on and missed. Blew him by. The fastball once again, and he's got him behind quickly. 0-2. Petersheim likes to work quickly. Doesn't take much time between pitches. Gets right back on the hill. And got him looking with the fastball once again. This one just painted the outside corner.
Now batting number 13, Nico.
A beautiful pitch by Petersheim. There's one away.
3 pitches, 3 strikes. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Got him looking, and that is a very efficient start. And the Power, the reason they had so much success is they were getting a lot of outs in 5 pitches or less yesterday, and as opposed to the Merchants, they were getting really dug into in at-bats, 8, 9 pitches. So seeing a similar trend as yesterday as we are today is the Power rolling through these lineups so far.
And that was what made part of the difference. Just 3 hits for the Power despite the win. Here's a bouncing ball up the middle. And it kicks off the glove of Bianchina and into shallow right field. So an error, an infield single. However, it's scored. It is going to be scored an error. Rodriguez reaches first with 1 out. But just 4 pitches split between these first 2 batters. Sam, he's working quickly so far.
Yeah, but you like to see him working quickly, especially now. I mean, there's no pitch clock in this league, but now in college baseball, professional baseball, you have the pitch clock. It's more than definitely a factor in those leagues. And sometimes you have those pitchers who are, you know,
as that one's left outside.
But yeah, you know, you have those pitchers who are sometimes, you know, a human rain delay and sometimes take forever to throw the ball, and you don't really see those as much anymore. But when you get those pitchers, it really kind of leads to struggles at the higher levels.
I think a lot of that, Sam, has to do with the pitch clock. Even though that's not in play here, I think a lot of that has to do with the pitch clock being brought into the majors, as that's ball 2 up high to Trey Johnson, the center fielder for tonight for the Merchants. But the pitch clock obviously changed the game in the MLB, made games a lot shorter. Sam, what do you think about the pitch clock? Are you a fan?
I'll tell you what, at first I definitely wasn't. As I think as a fan, when I go to a game, I don't love it. I like being able to just, you know, sit in the ballpark, you know, get a couple drinks, get some food. And now, like, unless you're showing up to the game for batting practice, you're only at the ballpark for 2.5 hours, 3 hours max.
Right.
But when I'm watching it at home, I don't mind it.
2-1 is tapped foul off the mask of Ben Wade. Can't imagine that one felt great.
No.
Beautiful Palm Springs Stadium. It's a little bit hot, but it will be cooling down. The biggest misting system in the valley will get going in just a few minutes, so keeping these fans nice and cool here. Just almost a week past opening day. 5 days into this power season, they're already 3-0. Sam, what has stood out to you from those first 3 games?
I think it's obviously just been the clutch factor from this team. How can it not be? 3 games, 3 walk-offs. It's been very fun to watch, but, opening week, you got to work out the kinks a little bit, and you've definitely seen some growing pains from this team, but if they sort it out, they could be a dangerous team coming down the stretch.
And here's the 2-2. It's carted into right field and deep, and going back and making a running catch is Rodriguez, and scrambling back to first is Rodriguez. Rodriguez tried to throw out Rodriguez, but he beat him back to the bag. So that a long fly out for Trey Johnson, and it will bring up Gio Martini with 2 outs and a man on first.
So we're just going to talk about how the fans here are going to be a little bit shaded here with the sun going down past the mountain, but it's not quite past the mountain yet. There's still some sun shading here in the ballpark, and that's right in the eyes of the right fielder, Junior Rodriguez. So that's a lot tougher of a play than he made it look. So very nice play out number 2 and keeps the runner put at first base.
Absolutely great play by Rodriguez, and here's the first pitch to Martini. It's left off the outside. And Martini had a good night last night. Reached base safely a couple of times, but obviously wasn't enough for the Merchants to come away with a win. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off to the left side, well beyond the fence and off of Sam's window.
And now with the count even up, 1-1, you got 2 out here. Runner on the move here. If you're Petersheim, you feel like you got to make a pickoff move here, right?
Absolutely, especially just keep the runner honest. You don't want Rodriguez trying anything silly, getting into scoring position with 2 outs.
Saw this team be so dangerous with 2 outs last night.
Absolutely they were, and the Power were not. There's a strike. Throw down to second is well in time. They got him. And that will end the inning. The throw was on the money, but looking to evade the tag was Rodriguez, but not to be so. The inning is over. Coming up for the Power, the top of the order when we come back.
Management Trust is a 100% employee-owned company. Every employee has a vested interest in providing memorable experiences to every homeowner and board members of HOAs. It's a very powerful thing. No homeowners association is too small or too large for us to manage. From community maintenance services to customized absentee home care, the Management Trust provides just about every service any homeowner could ask for. Hi, I'm Damien with the Management Trust. We're a community management built differently for your homeowners association. To find out how, give me a call.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Quality first is quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
On to pitch the first inning for the Alameda Merchants is Alex James. I'm Jack Lennon. That's Sam Egan. Sam, what do you got?
Yeah, Alex James, we haven't seen him yet here in the Power Series, so they're hoping for the Merchants he can go for a long time. Had 1 start in his 12 appearances this past season at San Delta College and got touched up a little bit, had a whip of 1.68 or ERA, just a tad above 6.5, and that was only in 19 innings pitched. Did have a 1-0 record, though, so looking to, find his footing here in summer ball, and a lefty arm can be deceptive, but with a lot of righty bats that are very powerful for this Power team, no pun intended, it could be a quick evening.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. they need him to go long in this game. Albert Luna, I'm sure, is hoping for that as they used 6 pitchers last night. That's not easy on a pitching staff, especially coming into game 2 of a 2-game series. So they're hoping for James to go a little bit longer than they were able to get their starter last night. But here's Makakte to lead things off for the Power. First pitch just on the outside corner for a called strike with a fastball.
So we mentioned this team maybe being aggressive early on in counts, get a first pitch strike, which is something this team really didn't do much of last night. So if you got a guy in James who's going to throw the first pitch strike, might want to go after it.
That one bounces in the dirt. 1-1. The Power, they've looked good, like we mentioned, in the late innings of the games, but overall they're still hitting .219, and that is not something to write home about necessarily. Power have had a lot more success in years past on the offensive side of the ball, but they've come up big when it matters, and I suppose that is really what counts. As this pitch is grounded up the middle. Rodriguez to Gomez, 1 away.
And, it's really been uncharacteristic for this team, struggling with the offensive average. I mean, this is a team that consistently hits in the 300s throughout the summer. And as the summer goes on, it only gets better, and they're hoping that's the case. It's really been a conundrum for this team because they've been hitting the ball extremely well, extremely hard. They just haven't been getting results.
But the flip side, it's been a lot more powerful for the Power. 4 home runs in the first 3 games as opposed to 7 all of last season as Richards comes up, and he looks at a ball down low. So the Power is coming through even though the average has dipped a little bit. And I think, Sam, you expect to see that even out a little bit more as the season goes on.
And that's kind of how the baseball has really evolved over the last few years. It's been more power, less average, and does it lead to more runs? Yes, but I don't know. What's your thoughts on it?
I'm more of an average guy. I'm a big Tony Gwynn, Luisa Rise, Rod Carew kind of guy. Speed, average, stolen bases. I know Casey Dill feels the same way. What are you? Are you more of a slug kind of guy?
No, I'm the same way. I like old school ball. I really think the bunt's a lost art in this game.
It is, and as that pitch is down low, it's 3-0. The bunt has become something that is only used now so situationally. You very rarely see it used to get a base hit, and it at this point it's become very predictable in situations where there's a runner on third and less than 2 outs, and there's a called strike. So James gets on the board in this count. It's 3-1. How else have you seen the game evolve since we were coming up, Sam?
I mean, you don't really see the stolen base being as much of a factor anymore. Obviously, we've mentioned analytics have been a huge factor in this game where maybe managers over-rely on it too much. They don't go with their gut. They go with what the analytics tell them. And more times than not, we've seen it bite guys. Absolutely.
I mean, I think it works in the regular season, but the postseason, the teams that usually win are the ones that put their best 9 guys on the field. Here's the 3-2 pitch from James. And it's swung on and flown out towards right field. Moving back is Ellis. Ellis still going back. He's not going to get there, and it bounces off against the wall. Going for third is Richards, and he is going to make it with a slide. The throw into Laxa, who was covering third, was late, and Richards has got a 1-out triple.
Tell you what, Caden Richards is someone who really has impressed me throughout the season for the Power. He has 2 home runs this year. We mentioned swinging for a lot of power. But his home runs have not been the typical you pull the ball and you just hit it over the fence. No, his have been opposite field shots where he's just trying to take it the other way, get a base hit, and it carries over the fence. That one nearly did the exact same thing. Ball falls in the outfield, past the outfielder in right field, turns into a triple, and now Richards is 90 feet from scoring the go-ahead run here in the first inning.
And Junie Rodriguez will come up. And Rodriguez is hitting right at 400. He's 4 for 10. And he's also walked 5. He's been hit by pitch, and he's walked 4 times. So good for an on-base percentage of 600 and an OPS of 1,100. Pretty impressive stuff so far from Rodriguez as he takes a ball inside.
And to finish up on Richards, he's a guy that he's been going oppo on the righties, which is something that's been really impressive. But against lefties, that's where he really feasts, especially going to the opposite way.
Now he does go the opposite way, and this one's lifted out towards Crumans, who makes the catch. Tagging is Richards, and he will make it, and the Power get on the board first. So another lost art of baseball, a sacrifice fly here from Junie Rodriguez. Don't see that too much anymore. gets the run home regardless, and the Power lead 1-0.
And I like the aggression early on from the Power, testing the arms of these outfielders, make them beat you, and they get on the board early. And that's exactly what this Power team needs, is to get on the board early and often. We saw them put up one in the first inning yesterday and then kind of struggled down the stretch the rest of the way, so we'd like to see him pile on a couple more here.
Casey Dill does stress the art of situational hitting. Not a lot of situational hitting to be done here with nobody on and 2 out for Alex Yasso, who takes a strike. And Yasso is hitting at .333.
He's played himself into the lineup. He's been very impressive anytime he stepped on the field for the Power this season, and all he wants to do is get a win for his team. We saw that with the walk-off on Saturday.
And he cuts this one to second. Rodriguez to Gomez in time for out number 3. But the Power do take the lead here on the Palm Springs Power Television Network. We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
Jessup Auto Plaza has been proudly serving the Coachella Valley since 1938 as your trusted family-owned auto destination. Now, electrify your drive with the Valley's most extensive range of electric vehicles. Drive the Chevrolet Blazer, Equinox, Silverado, the powerful GMC Hummer, Sierra, and the distinctive Cadillac Lyriq. Silent power, bold performance. Electrify your drive. Jessup Auto Plaza. Since 1938, the EV brands you love, the family you trust.
Hey, Coachella Valley, Patrick Summers here, General Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Spring is here and summer is right behind it. Don't get caught with a broken air conditioning system. Call us now. Let us get a tune-up done. We're offering a special for $79. It comes with a seasonal guarantee. Call our team today. Get yourself scheduled before the heat hits. Be proactive, not reactive. Go ahead and book at callthegeneral.com or call our offices and we'll get you taken care of.
Jack Lennon, Sam Egan here at Palm Springs Stadium. A wonderful night. It's starting to cool down a little bit, Sam, which is important. It was 101 degrees at first pitch. Fabian Gomez, scratch that. It's Gio Martini to lead things off here in the top of the second for the Alameda Merchants.
Yeah, after Rodriguez was caught stealing, Martini steps up to the plate, and thankfully for the Power, he steps up with no one on base because last night, the last time he stepped up to the plate, an absolute moonshot over the right center field fence, and that gave the Merchants a 2-run lead, a 3-run shot that brought the tying go-ahead run and what thought to be a nice insurance run, all to be spoiled in the bottom half.
And that absolute no-doubter must have been about 410 feet over that right field wall as he takes a healthy hack here and comes up with a whole lot of nothing. It's 0-1. I think he was aiming for the same spot, Sam.
Yeah, there's no gimmies here at Palm Springs Stadium. So when you hit one out, you rarely get a hold of one, especially with a wood bat. It's a tough feat to accomplish. At least, like you said, a good 400-plus feet.
Now he fouls this one back off the net. And the way Martini swings, just watching this guy take at-bats, you can tell he's not going to be cheated. If he makes good contact, it's going to go a long way, but he does strike out quite a bit, just like any other power hitter.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about the true 3-outcome guys just an inning ago, and he's one of those.
Now the 0-2 pitch is high and wide. It's 1-2.
And you like if you can have a 3-outcome guy who, is kind of like a Murakami who will walk a lot. He'll get himself on base. But if you got a 3-outcome guy who doesn't have a good vision of the plate and is striking out a lot more than he walks, not ideal.
Now a slider flown out to center field. Backing up Thompson, 1 away here for the Power. So Petersheim 4 up, 4 down on the caught stealing of Rodriguez. And he's working quickly, and here is Fabian Gomez, the first baseman. Had 2 putouts in that bottom of the first. And another lefty-righty matchup, a very lefty-heavy lineup today for the Merchants. The first 2 batters of this inning, both left-handers. And he takes up high for ball 1.
You saw last night there was a little bit of a larger strike zone here, a little bit shrunken down and a little bit more of a, I don't want to say realistic strike zone, but a little bit more accurate.
I think that's a good term. I think last night you saw it expanded quite a bit. I think tonight, like you said, it's a little more accurate as this one is swung on and missed, popped out of the glove, but it is going to be a strike regardless. It's 1-1. Petersheim steps back in quickly. Looks into his catcher, Ben Wade, and fires a strike down the middle, swung on and missed. 1-2.
Gomez 0 for 4 in yesterday's ball game. Had a strikeout. Didn't score a run, though. He reached on an error.
Steps back in here for the 1-2 pitch. And it's off the outside, 2-2 to Fabian Gomez. Gomez, a big, tall corner infielder. And the 2-2 pitch to him is on the inside corner, strike 3 called. So 2 strikeouts looking for Petersheim on that inside corner to a left-handed bat. What's he doing so well here, Sam?
I think it's just a deception of that pitch. Usually when you're ahead in counts 0-2, 1-2, you're thinking off speed, off speed, off speed. And when you attack that outside corner with a fastball, when a hitter's sitting off speed, by the time they react to it, it's far too late. You can't even swing.
Now this one's in tight from Petersheim. So Petersheim, 2 strikeouts, 2 flyouts, and a caught stealing on the error. There's a strike on the outside corner. Nice frame job there by Ben Wade. That one looked a little bit off the outside, a slider, but Wade able to bring it back.
But what impressed me about Petersheim, he's able to locate inside, outside, up, and down. And when you can do that consistently for 4 or 5 innings, you're going to be a manager's best friend for any lineup, for any coaching staff.
And the pitching coach's best friend, because he gets to sit in the dugout and doesn't have to come out and talk to you every 15 pitches. 1-2 pitch off the outside. No, he struck him out. Boy, that one looked to be quite a few inches off the outside part of that plate. Instead, it is strike 3.
Loving that back door, Jack.
Nate Lynn could not believe it, but that's going to do it for the top of the second. When we come back, it will be Axtell Thompson Conley for the Palm Springs Power. Stay tuned with us right here.
For 20 years, our family's mission has been simple. It all starts at Stuffed, where exceptional service meets bold flavors. Every crust, a masterpiece. Cocktails crafted to perfection in an atmosphere that brings family and friends together. Stuffed pizza, dine-in or takeout. Savor and enjoy at our 2 locations. Quality, service, family legacy, it all starts at Stuffed.
Whenever you find yourself hungry for something real, simple, and true, we're here for you.
That's what a hamburger's all about.
Monster Shakes, the best ice cream creations in the desert and only place in the world that serves all 10 flavors of Dole Soft Serve. The winner of the best soft serve and smoothies, home to the world's best date shake and other fun creations like ice cream nachos and the cotton candy burrito. For a limited time, come in and try your luck. Any soft serve that weighs exactly 16 ounces is free. Monster Shakes in Palm Springs and Cathedral City facing the Mary Pickford. Franchise opportunities available too. Monster Shakes, a delicious mess.
Leading off the bottom of the second is Adam Axtell. He's a California guy through and through. From Garden Grove, California, goes to Cal State University, Los Angeles. 6'3", 200-pound utility man / pitcher. Sam, this guy does it all.
Yeah, he's a true unicorn on the baseball field. Struggling a little bit right now with the 167 average. Is tied for the team lead in plate appearances. But you know at any given point, it's going to turn around. He has a 333 OBP, so he's getting himself on base. Batting average is just running into hard contact, and it's eventually going to turn around and go way up, I feel.
As that one's off the outside, it's 1-1 to Axtell. He's a big guy, a big lefty, which gives him the advantage. He's been put in a prime position in the lineup anywhere from 4 through 6 each of the first 4 games now, and 5th in the lineup tonight as he takes way off the inside. That one almost ran in and hit him. Instead, it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And he's had to face some left-handed arms, which is, not an advantage matchup for him, you would say, but he's looking to take advantage of a lefty-lefty matchup, which is something he's really trying to strive for in summer ball here.
And he's late here, and he fouls it off to the left side. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Axtell, who's looking to get his hard contact to pay off. He's made hard contact a number of times, but the ball just seemingly finding gloves each and every time, and that's the most frustrating thing as a hitter. Now he swings and misses, strike 3. So Axtell goes down on 5 pitches, and that brings up Derek Thompson, the center fielder.
Now batting number 1.
Thompson making his power debut here tonight and looking to see what he can do. Playing center field here for the Power this evening. Played in the PCL for a little bit, was an all-star last season, played for the A's in the PSCL last season.
And this is a guy that Casey Dill was really excited about after that strong performance in the Power Summer Collegiate League, the PSCL, which will be broadcast next week as he takes his strike here. Sam, you and I will be doing a plethora of PSCL games.
And I know it's a limited sample size of games. It's only about 4 weeks, and despite that, he still hit well over 400 at that level. I don't care what level it is. I know, again, it's a limited sample size, but when you're in Ted Williams territory, that's nothing to scoff at.
400's 400, that's what I always say, and it's so rare that you see that, as that one is off the outside. Sam, that looked to be a very similar location to that strike three we just saw to close out the previous inning. It's 2-1 regardless to Thompson.
Unless trying to learn and establish the strike zone are the Power.
And the broadcasters, as that one's fouled back towards us. It's 2-2. So Thompson made a nice catch, turned his back to home plate, and made a nice running catch in center field to begin the top of the second against Martini, who found the barrel. 2-2 pitch, one away from Alex James. Swinging a high pop-up into center field. This one's going to carry a little bit out to Johnson, who makes the catch. 2 away.
So center fielder to center fielder, and that's quickly 2 up, 2 down, and that's kind of been the struggle for the Power. It's been this bottom of the lineup that's been struggling to really get things going, especially in the early innings.
So here's Amari Conley. And he was 0 for 4 last night, but he had the walk-off walk. And how rare is it that you see one of those? Can't remember the last time I broadcast a game where there was a walk-off walk. Stephen Buxton, Ethan Oliveras did a great job on the call of that one, as that ball is swung on and missed for strike one. That one in the dirt.
And when you look at this Power team, dating back to last season, 4 straight walk-offs. That's just absolutely improbable stuff.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that tonight, as he swings and hits a high fly ball, carrying again in center field. Johnson makes the catch. The inning is over. 1-2-3 go the Power. The Power lead 1-0. We'll be right back when we come back after a quick word from our sponsor. Stay tuned on the other side.
Think of the highest quality you can imagine. Now, think higher.
Hamburgers, all about.
Thank you for calling the sandwich spot. Is this a sandwich emergency? It's a sandwich emergency!
Great sandwiches made with love. The Sandwich Spot. Love all, eat all. Located in downtown Palm Springs inside of the Henry Frank Arcade.
Jessup Auto Plaza has been proudly serving the Coachella Valley since 1938 as your trusted family-owned auto destination. Now, electrify your drive with the Valley's most extensive range of electric vehicles. Drive the Chevrolet Blazer, Equinox, Silverado, the powerful GMC Hummer, Sierra, and the distinctive Cadillac Lyriq. Silent power, bold performance. Electrify your drive. Jessup Auto Plaza. Since 1938, the EV brands you love, the family you trust.
Beautiful Palm Springs Stadium looking as good as ever thanks to the game day operations interns, Trevor Bannis, Israel Garcia, keep this field in great condition. That's why it looks the way it does. Here's Peter Krumens to lead off the top of the third, and he looks at a ball up high.
Yeah, this field looking absolutely phenomenal here, Jack, tonight. I mean, it's just a gorgeous night. I mean, now the sun's really started to come down. breeze is starting to come in a little bit. It is just a picturesque night here in Palm Springs.
And it always feels nice up here in the press box, but for the fans outside, it's getting to cool down a little bit. Is that one off the outside for ball 2?
Especially with the misters, I mean, it feels so comfortable. It's just a very welcoming environment here at Palm Springs Stadium, and great place to catch a game here in Southern California.
No better place for baseball than right here. Here's a 3-0 pitch from Petersheim, and it's well off the inside. So a rare 4-pitch walk to lead off the inning. Crewman's the first leadoff man to get aboard for the Merchants, and that is the start, perhaps, of what the Merchants are hoping to be a big inning. I always like to say it always starts with a walk.
The infamous leadoff walk, it usually leads to damage, and most cases doesn't lead to just one. It leads to bunches, and for the Power, they're hoping that isn't the case here in this inning. It's been very clean so far here for Petersheim, looking to keep it that way. He's gone 6 up, 6 down before this inning.
Pumps in a first pitch strike to Tyson Ellis, the right fielder. Ellis, another left-hander in this lineup, and he swings and fouls this one back over the fence.
And you love to see this from Petersheim. After 4-pitch walk, quickly regrouping ahead 0-2 here in this count.
It's important, especially for a guy who works quickly to get ahead in the count. Don't want to. It's so easy for a pitcher to get in his own head. Don't want to let one walk snowball into 2, and it will not. Struck him out swinging. So 1, 2, 3 on that AB to Tyson Ellis, and he goes down without much of a fight. And here, carrying up the caboose in the lineup is Zach Ellis, the third baseman for the Merchants.
Second time we've seen him go good morning, good afternoon, good night on a bat. This time, the strikeout is swinging instead of looking. Number 4 on the evening already for Petersheim.
Petersheim looking for strikeout number 4 of this game. It would be 4 through the first time in the order. Make it 5. He's already got 4. He's gotten Ellis, Lynn, Gomez, and Laxa. And 3 of those strikeouts were looking. Shows you the stuff that this guy has, able to paint those corners with such ease, especially with that primary pitch of fastball. There's a breaking ball off the inside. Now a toss over to first, but back safely is Crewman's.
And what's made him the most effective tonight is typically you see those righties struggle on the left-handed bats. You don't want to go in on those lefties. That's usually when they do damage. He's been able to go outside, been able to go backdoor, and do it beautifully with painting the corners.
Down the left field line, just fair. And Lewis has got extra bases. Coming around third is Crewman's. He will score easily. Cruising into second is Zach Lewis. It's an RBI double, and just like that, the Merchants have tied this game. So it's 1-1 here, each team with 1 hit. And like I said, Sam, it all starts with a walk. That leadoff walk can really come back around to hurt you.
Yeah, first hit of the ball game, and it all starts with the leadoff walk. All of a sudden, get one down the line, and it brings home the tying run. Now you got a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Still an opportunity for damage to be done here for the Merchants.
And this is where, if you're Petersheim, you got to find a way to limit the damage. You can't put your team behind after the bats have looked so much better to start this game. You want to get them back up as quickly as possible as the first pitch is fouled off to Laxa, who struck out looking his first time.
So you want to continue to stay ahead in counts as Petersheim has, and typically that'll lead to outs, and Petersheim looking for a quick one here.
0-1 is popped up back towards us, well over the press box and out of play. So it's 0-2 to Laxa. Laxa was retired on 5 pitches his first time up. Struck out looking at a 2-2 count.
1 of 3 to go down. Looking to avoid that here. He's got to take the bat off his shoulder.
And did he go? The throw down to third. He did go, so he's out for the second time on a strikeout. But advancing over to third is Lewis on the steal. A lot going on that play. A check swing call, a stolen base. To run you down, there's now 2 on with a man off of third. So 90 feet away is the go-ahead run as Nico Rodriguez steps in.
Yeah, busy play, a good steal. Trying to test Ben Wade early on and got the stolen base at third.
Now pitch low and inside to Nico Rodriguez. And Rodriguez is 0 for 1, and he was caught stealing after getting on by an error, and that's off the outside. It's 2-0.
So you mentioned he was painting those corners. He was getting those calls on the lefties early on in the first few innings, and now it's falling behind in the count here. That critical run being 90 feet away.
2-0, a breaking ball twirls in for a strike. It's 2-1 to Rodriguez, and that's an important strike right there because if you go down 3-0, Rodriguez knows you got to come in with a man on scoring position, and now leaving a little more up to interpretation is Petersheim as Rodriguez fouls this one back. It's 2-2.
And additionally, it sets up a plethora of options now, especially now being at 2 strikes, being able to attack that back door, now going to the front foot, and both sides have been working. Now you got 2 pitches to try and get your third strike pitch, and really got any type of option to do so.
Here's a 2-2 to Nico Rodriguez, and it's slow and inside. So full count it will be with 2 outs, a man on third. He is the go-ahead man. It is Zach Lewis leading off from third base.
Fastball has been the most effective pitch. Want to see it here.
Here it is. It's off the outside, a check swing. He did not go. So the inning will continue with the walk to Rodriguez, who's now reached twice, once on an error, once on a walk. So I guess fulfilling the prophecy of get on base by any means necessary, one of the most common phrases for a hitter in the game of baseball. Here's Trey Johnson for the second time. He flew out to right in his first at-bat. What was a really nice running play by Junior Rodriguez. One we like to call an El Paseo Jeweler's Web gem over here in Palm Springs.
Haven't had too many of those this season. That one was a nice one.
It sure was. So no errors. Pardon me, 1 error for the Power. But the defense obviously looking a lot better than it did in the middle infield a couple of days ago on opening day.
Yeah, opening weekend was rough, but no errors last night. Only 1 here in the early going. Gonna knock on wood right now and hope it stays right there, but looked solid defensively so far.
With the way this field works, you just never know, and that's baseball as the 1-1 is swung on and missed by Rodriguez. Pardon me, Johnson.
Definitely get some unfavorable hops as an infielder, but you got to learn how to adjust, make the play, keep your body in front of it. And once you kind of get a lay of the land a little bit, those errors will kind of dwindle down.
Rodriguez goes, but it's fouled back. So it'll stay 1-2. The Merchants trying to push a second runner into scoring position with 2 outs. Not sure how big a fan I am of that strategy, considering you already got 1.
I think this is more or less of a hit and run strategy. You're already at 2 strikes, so if you put a ball in play here, especially if it gets in the gap, that will score definitely a run. And if you're running already on the play, likely score 2.
Petersheim can afford to expand the zone here if he chooses to do so. He does. He works him inside, but Johnson, swinging once again, fouls it off.
So you like the arsenal here. You can kind of use all of it. He's gone with that changeup. Hasn't gotten too many chases on that, so you'd rather see a slider or a fastball here. Maybe that slider on the back door can freeze another batter and get his 4th strikeout looking in his 5th of the game. Correction, 6th of the game.
1-2 once again. This one's left off the outside by Johnson. It's 2-2. So 2 men on, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runs have come across total. It's 1-1. Here in the top of the 3rd inning. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Runner goes again. It's off the outside. Keeping it and throwing out a third is Wade. Now in a pickle is Lewis. And they're going to tag him out. So that'll end the inning. A base running botchery by the Alameda Merchants. And not fooled was a catcher Wade who pumped faked down to second and kept it. And they got Lewis hung up over at third. That'll do it for the top of the 3rd inning. When we come back, it will be for the Power, the bottom of the order after a quick word from our sponsors.
There's something winning in the Agua. Catch all the action at 3.
Quality first. It's quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Welcome back to beautiful Palm Springs Stadium on another beautiful night here at the ballpark. A California summer night, June 3rd, the best time for baseball. In the MLB, they call it the dog days of the season. It's when the NBA begins to wrap up. The NFL is well into their offseason, and baseball really becomes the only sport on. And, Sam, that's the most romantic time of the year for fans of this great sport.
Oh, for sure. I mean, nothing beats the dog days of summer. You get baseball. It's usually a fun time, especially if you're able to go out to the ballpark, catch a beautiful day. Nothing better than a summer's night at the ballpark.
Growing up going to AT&T Park in San Francisco, a lot of fond memories and a lot of difficult ones as a Giants fan. I'm sure you can say the same as a White Sox fan.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. We have a new arm on the mound here for the Merchants. It'll be Griffin Sutton taking the hill. Freshman out of Livermore, California, standing at 6'2", 225 pounds. Went to Granada High School and is currently majoring in kinesiology.
So Ben Wade will come up first, and he pops one foul back towards us. And with a loud doink, it hits the bleachers.
I feel like saying doink wasn't necessary, especially as I'm going to get into my next point here. Sutton, growing up, big Wisconsin guy, so grew up a big Packers fan. We're already not getting along. Sure, he did not enjoy that wild card game back in January.
Yeah, speaking of doink, I'm not sure that's the right word to use around you. My partner, my pal Sam Egan, a big-time Chicago Bears fan, Cody Parkey. A double doink.
I think I'm over it. I think I'm okay to be over it now, but yeah.
Slider that shades the outside corner for strike two. And here's the 0-2, and it's high.
A little bit of chin music for Wade there, and maybe trying to back him off a little bit off the plate right there, but 1-2 still got the whole arsenal of pitches available for Sutton. Sutton, interestingly enough, hits from the left side, throws from the right.
For a two-way player, it's a little more rare to see that. Obviously, you have Ohtani in the Major League, plays for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who hits from the left side, throws from the right, and I think that's probably the more common combination. So Sutton fitting in a little bit, but it's still very rare, as that one is low and outside. It's 3-2 to Ben Wade.
0-2 to 3-2, in danger of losing the leadoff hitter in Wade. Wade, the catcher, probably has a better eye for the plate because he's behind the plate, the backstop, and looking to work a walk here potentially.
This one's popped up towards the right side. Over is Gomez, but it is just out of play. So Wade turned a quick 0-2 into a very competitive at-bat, regardless of the outcome. Still has the opportunity to be productive, as now he will see pitch number 7.
Gomez could have maybe had an El Paseo web gem right there, but decided against it right there. Maybe the smart decision. Now another chance at life for Wade here on a payoff pitch.
Yeah, maybe not the best decision there to dive over the fence. There's nothing but concrete on the other side, as that one is high. And taking the walk is Wade. So from 0-2 to a walk, pretty impressive stuff there, Sam.
So the leadoff walk was an Achilles heel last inning for the Power, surrendering the tying run that started because of leadoff walk, and now the Merchants of the bottom half doing the same thing, and the Power looking for the same result, if not more.
Now here's A.J. Bianchina, who got into town for his Power debut yesterday, as that one's a breaking ball that never really broke, well off the outside.
So it's 5 in a row that have missed for Sutton, and got to just relax, take a deep breath, and try and find one over the plate without making a big mistake.
So Bianchina with a runner leading off of first. It's Ben Wade, and that one is also, once again, off the outside. So struggling to find the zone here is Sutton.
Make that 6 in a row this season for Cal State East Bay. He was a primary reliever, only going 1 inning and only 2 outings this season, but those 2 outings, he was effective. Didn't give up a run. Only 1 hit in those 2 innings of work.
Off the outside again, and this one also not particularly close. It's 3-0 now to Bianchina. I don't think he'll be swinging at anything, especially with how Sutton is really struggling to find the zone. The only exception in the last 8 pitches being the foul ball. There he pumps it in. 3-1 with a fastball.
Yeah, 7 in a row. That is an obvious red light situation. Now you likely get another pitch to hit here, still being ahead 3-1, and if you don't see it in your wheelhouse, go ahead and take it and get it to 3-2.
And that one's flipped out to left field. Crewmans starts back, now floats back in a little bit and makes the catch. So a nice recovery there by Sutton to put Bianchina away for the F7 putout. And here is Matthew Makate up for the second time, who grounded out to second in his first appearance.
Yeah, Sutton's a guy who doesn't really quiver in situations when guys get on base. Leadoff guy gets on base, he kind of can just shrug it off and move on to the next batter and move on. He didn't let it get away from him, gets a big first out there, and now has to deal with the top of the lineup.
This one popped out to right. Hustling in is Ellis. He will make the catch. So Makate, 2 quick ABs for him. And there's 2 down with Wade still leading off of first.
Now batting number 27.
So F7 and F9 so far this inning. And Richards, who has the lone RBI for the Power so far, or correction, lone run for the Power so far, looking to do so again.
Also the lone hit. And he had that triple that allowed Rodriguez to bring him in via the old-fashioned sac fly as he takes ball 1 off the outside and low.
Richards has done a phenomenal job of going the opposite way now with the right-handed arm back on the mound.
Going as Wade, pitches a strike. Here's a throw to second, and it squirts into center field. Wade thought about going for 3.
He does go.
He does go for 3. And this one skips by, and Wade now will stay at third. So give him the steal and then a throwing error by Johnson in center field. So Wade advances to third on the steal and error. Looked like, had it been a non-errant throw, might have been in time to get Wade at second, but it was nowhere near the second baseman, Rodriguez, who was covering. Instead, it went well to his right, maybe even where he originally had started the play, and into right center field. Now, the 1-1 pitch to Richards is a strike on the outside corner.
And it was a late decision by Wade to go to third base, but evidently decided on going. Almost could have gotten home. The ball got stuck in between where the Power players are sitting on that, along that third base dugout.
Now that one low and outside. It's 2-2. So big at bat here with the now go-ahead run all the way at third. Sam, the control and the error is an issue in this inning for the Merchants. Got to take advantage of that. Absolutely imperative, as this one is left off the outside. It's 3-2.
So you got ones across the board, 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error for both sides. And there was the Merchants in the last inning who left the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Power are looking to avoid that same fate.
If you're just joining us, you couldn't have come at a better moment. 3-2 pitch, grounded to short. Big hop, throw to first, not in time. An infield hit will score a run. It's Wade coming across to score, and with the RBI infield single to shortstop, Caden Richards has his second hit of the game, and that is now, he represents both hits for the Power so far, and the Power take a 2-1 lead. And Rodriguez will come up. He has the only other RBI for the Power with a long sacrifice fly.
Run RBI so far for Richards so far in this ball game. Already 2 for 2. Off to a very promising start for this Power team. You mentioned has both of their hits. Huge start for this Power, and unlike the Merchants, were able to get that go-ahead run across with 2 outs.
As Rodriguez takes a pitch, breaking ball off the outside, now looks at another breaking ball. This one pumped in for a called strike. Sutton able to find the zone a little bit better as this inning has progressed, but the error and the stolen base really cost him. I don't think Wade would have scored from second on that infield single. In fact,
no,
almost 0% chance of that happening. So the error really ended up costing Sutton a earned run, as that one is called a strike. So it's 1-2, the count to Junie Rodriguez. Ball is low, 2-2.
And for Sutton, he's been really struggling to find that put-away pitch. And that can cause problems later on in his outing.
Sure can. 2-2 with 2 outs. Power lead 2-1. Bottom 3. This one's grounded to second. Rodriguez to Gomez. And that'll finally end the inning for Sutton. So the Power take a 2-1 lead. When we come back, it will be Trey Johnson for the Allen.
Quality first. It's quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. I'm Jack Lennon alongside Sam Egan. Jacob Petersheim returns for the 4th inning. Sam, what have you seen from him so far this game?
It's been impressive stuff, being able to locate all over the strike zone, being able to locate for strikes. Hasn't been able to hit around too much. His only issue was the leadoff walk in the last inning. That turned into the lone run out of his outing. But if you can go 4 or 5 innings with only 1 earned run, that is a very solid outing and one to write home about for sure.
Absolutely. Now, Trey Johnson will lead off for the Merchants. He was up to bat when all that absolute chaos, just pandemonium on the base paths, went down. So Johnson comes back up with a fresh slate here as he flies this one out towards right center field. Thompson coming over, and he makes a catch. So 1 pitch out for Petersheim, and it's been a few of those today. He's worked very efficiently, so 1 away here in the top of the 4th. Here is Gio Martini, the designated hitter.
And that's what's really made him so effective and be able to extend his outing a bit, is being able to get those first, second, third pitch outs throughout the outing.
And with Casey Dill, we know he's very cognizant of injuries. We know he's very protective of his pitchers. It's rare this early in the season you'll see a pitcher work late into the ballgame, but with the pace that Petersheim is working at as he throws a strike in there, he's got potential to go and qualify for a win in this ballgame. 0-1 is swung on and missed by Martini, quickly behind 0-2.
And you know these guys, even in summer ball, they're very competitive. So if you have a chance to go out, get a win, you're going to do everything you can to push for that extra inning, get those last 3 outs to put yourself on pace to get a W.
0-2 is cued foul. And I've always been of the belief, Sam, that unless it's absolutely necessary to pull him, you really try your best as a manager to let your pitcher qualify for a win. And I know Casey Dill cares deeply about his players. He told me before the season started, yes, he cares about the results, the winning, the championships, but this is one big family to him and to the entire community of the Coachella Valley, as this one's lifted down the left field line, moving back Richards, coming in McCarty. It'll be Richards who makes a lunging catch. He went a little too far, came back over towards the field of play, and makes a nice lunging catch. 2 down for Fabian Gomez.
Gomez struck out looking in his last at-bat. That came back in the 2nd inning, looking to have a little bit of a better result than that one.
Petersheim looking for the exact same result as he throws a first pitch fastball that's grounded up the middle. Here's a deep throw from short. It is in time. A beautiful play by Axtell. What we would call an El Paseo Jewelers web gem. So when we come back from break, it'll be Yasso, Axtell, and Thompson right here from Palm Springs Stadium.
Try our big, beautiful all-day menu with more than 70 delicious dishes and our award-winning 3-course brunch for only $27.99. At Palm Springs' most popular restaurant, there's always a party at Lulu.
Whether you're building, landscaping, renovating, refreshing, or simply researching, rent the right size tools for your size jobs. In store, online, or in app at Sunbelt Rentals, where tools rule.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth here at Palm Springs Stadium. Jack Lennon, Sam Egan. We were talking about the success that Casey Dill has had as manager here, but it really starts at the top of this organization. Andrew Starkey, Tyler Hughes. What have you noticed in your time with this organization, Sam, that stands out to you?
I mean, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, you get a great group of people together. It feels like a family already, despite us only being here for a few weeks. It's been a great organization to be around. Obviously, they've had a lot of success, and for good reason. It's a great environment here at the ballpark. When you get a night like tonight, you can't really have a better summer night than this.
Absolutely not. Baseball, California, what is a better summer combination? Warm weather, a great time for all involved, and leading off for the Power in this inning, it'll be Alex Yasso. Sam, what does Yasso need to do to get back in that groove that he's been missing to start this season?
I mean, I think he's just run into some bad luck. I think he's also just got to be a little bit more patient at the plate. Sometimes he gets himself into a 2-strike count, and he kind of gets down in the count and doesn't think he can recover from it and leads to strikeouts, and he's more than capable of a hitter to eliminate that and get some big-time hits.
Absolutely, and we know that he can come up big when he needs to. As we've got a new pitcher on the mound, it's going to be Miguel Ramos from San Joaquin Delta College, the left-hander for the Merchants. So Ramos, his first pitch of the game is swung on and missed, a healthy hack by Yasso. Yasso grounded out to second in his first PA. And Ramos, he also likes to work quickly. That's why this game has really flown by. First 3.5 innings, 7:56 p.m. already. Ground ball to third. It is fair from deep third. The throw by Lewis in time to Gomez. So 2-pitch out there for Miguel Ramos to start inning number 4.
It's a really tough play by the third baseman to make right there, and just being able to get across the infield on a cannon from Lewis and get that big out right there was insanely, I wouldn't say insanely, but a very nice play done by the Merchants.
Here's Axtell. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And Axtell, lefty-lefty matchup with Ramos, takes up high for ball 1.
Yeah, struck out in his last AB. As we mentioned, Axtell's run into some poor luck, but had a tough at-bat in his last go-around and looking to have a make-up at-bat here against another lefty.
That one's left off the outside.
So 2 balls, no strikes. Seeing Axtell get ahead in the count is where he thrives most, as it is for most hitters. And you're looking for him to get a nice hit here right in this at-bat.
Now he takes way off the inside. A little bit of chin music, as my partner called it earlier. 3-0 to Axtell.
Got to keep your head on a swivel for Axtell. And now with the 3-0 count, pitcher who hasn't shown he has tremendous command, I don't know if you're exactly swinging away here.
3-0 is in for a strike with a fastball.
There's a pitch right on the corner anyway. I think that's a great take from Axtell. Wait till you get a hitter's pitch, and if you don't get it here, no need to have a routine fly ball when you can wait for your next pitch and see if you can do more damage.
Yeah, with a righty on deck, I don't think Axtell ever really planned on swinging at that 3-0. Now he walks as this one's high and away. So here is Derek Thompson for the second time. He flew out to center field in his first appearance. Again, making his power debut tonight.
Another one of Casey Dill's guys, a COD product from College of the Desert. Hit over 300 this season for the Roadrunners and looking to immense himself in the Palm Springs community as a member of the Power. Definitely had in his time with the PSEL last season. Now looking to make a big impact here on the big stage.
Here's a first pitch to him, and he takes off the inside. Had to back off just a little bit. Ramos struggling with the control here a little bit early into his outing. 5 balls, 2 strikes within the last 2 hitters. So here's the 1-0 pitch. And that one's well off the outside as well. Lunging for it was Lynn, the catcher. And Ramos asking for a new ball. That one apparently out of strikes.
Apparently, Jack. I like what you said there. I mean, he's really struggling with command of the zone right there and pretty much begging for a new baseball. And for Ramos, hoping that this can be one that gets it across the plate.
And what pitcher wants a baseball with no strikes left in it? As that one is a called strike. Thompson thought it was off the inside, but a friendly pitcher's call there perhaps for Ramos.
It's only strike 1, so now you know the strike zone and don't have to be too aggressive.
That one not even close, way off the inside. 3-1 now. Found its way into the dirt. Ramos a little erratic after that first batter he faced, Yasso, who grounded out to deep third. And since then, it's been a struggle for Ramos. Back-to-back 3-ball counts here.
Third baseman in on the corner a little bit.
Grounded to short. Could be 2. Throw to second for 1. Back to first. Not in time. So Thompson beats out the relay from Rodriguez to Gomez, and he will be credited with a fielder's choice. But good speed on first now on the bright side as Amari Conley comes up. And Conley's 0 for 1 with a fly out to center.
Yeah, Thompson, more than capable of stealing a bag in 33 games for College of the Desert this year, stole 10 bases. So definitely a threat to go, especially with 2 outs. You can be maybe a little bit more aggressive.
So no speed to laugh at as Conley looks at a first pitch strike.
Another one of those lefty-lefty matchups with Conley looking to really find his footing here to start this Power season.
Conley, we mentioned earlier, had the walk-off base on balls yesterday. Despite going 0 for 4, was the hero of that game as this one gets away, and Thompson will take second without a throw.
So no need to try and steal the bag. You get a pass ball right there and get yourself into scoring position, and a base hit from Conley likely scores Thompson.
Only 3 hits combined between these two teams. 1 for the Merchants, 2 for the Power. And the 1-1 pitch to Conley is a fastball in there for strike 2. Ramos starting to find that zone with the fastball, Sam.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes is, a little bit of time to establish that rhythm, get some momentum, and fortunately for him, it hasn't led to any damage so far, but sometimes for a reliever, if it takes you too long, your day will be over before it gets started.
Shot fouled on the left side. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, heading towards the barbecue tents there. Might have headed towards the bouncy house. I don't know, for me as a kid, I think nothing would be a better experience than sliding down the bouncy house slide, and I look up and I get to catch a foul ball.
Yeah, bounce house, baseball. I think the only thing missing would be some Kool-Aid. As that strike 3 looking. So the Power threaten but do not pass. It remains 2-1 here from Palm Springs Stadium. After a quick word from our sponsors, we'll be right back for the top of the fifth.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Hello, Power Baseball fans. At SBMP Attorneys, we believe in the power of community. And that's why we proudly support the Palm Springs Power, our hometown baseball team. After a memorable championship season in 2024, capping off the team's 20th anniversary, we're all very excited about the 2025 Power team. SBMP Attorneys and the Palm Springs Power are two teams that are committed to excellence, community, and the spirit of winning. We'll see you all at the ballpark.
Monster Shakes, the best ice cream creations in the desert and only place in the world that serves all 10 flavors of Dole Soft Serve. The winner of the best soft serve and smoothies, home to the world's best date shake and other fun creations like ice cream nachos and the cotton candy burrito. For a limited time, come in and try your luck. Any soft serve that weighs exactly 16 ounces is free. Monster Shakes in Palm Springs and Cathedral City facing the Mary Pickford. Franchise opportunities available too. Monster Shakes, a delicious mess.
Welcome back to the former stomping grounds of Nolan Ryan, the old spring training facility of the Los Angeles Angels. At that point in time, the California Angels. Nolan Ryan did play here, pitched here, and now pitching for the Power, number 4, Cameron Whitty. What do you got, Sam, on Cameron Whitty?
Yeah, Whitty, another one of those guys who just pitched the other day for the Power. Had a little bit of trouble in his outing, but he's a guy who's looking for a bounce-back outing. Was the starter his last time out. Now looking for a different result out of the pen. I mean, it wasn't a terrible outing by all means. He had 4 innings pitched, didn't give up any earned runs. However, 4 runs were given up all on errors, and that was the night where the Power really struggled defensively on the left side of the infield. Had three errors, in the first 2 innings. So, big ground ball pitcher, and if his defense can back him up, he will be more than effective and can give you a couple of innings at least.
So here's Lynn, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking. And he takes low. In case you're just joining us, I'm Jack Lennon. That's Sam Egan. Our on-site producer is Ethan Oliveris. And the 1-0 from Whitty is low and away. It's 2-0. And Whitty's got to come in here, and Lynn knows it.
Yeah, Whitty just needs to command the zone here. Already falling behind 2-0. Love for him to just command the strike zone here, punch in a strike, and go to work from there.
Close but high. It's 3-0 now to Lynn. And I don't think with the way that Whitty's come out of the pen that Lynn will be swinging at anything here.
And no, for some guys it's just a struggle. It's a different feel coming out of the pen as opposed to starting a game. And for Whitty, that might be the case here. Early outing struggles for him so far.
There's a strike, and that's what makes it all the more impressive when in championship games across all levels of baseball, you see the team's ace coming out of the bullpen in the 6th inning and the 4th inning to come in and shut out a Game 7 or a Game 3 of a College World Series matchup. Pretty impressive stuff. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's tapped foul, and it'll roll back to the screen.
So now payoff pitch. Impressive to go from 3-0 to 3-2, and doesn't mean anything if you don't get the out here, and Whitty knows that, and he's looking to get that pitch right here.
Top 5 from Palm Springs Stadium. Wind blowing left to right. That grand old American flag looking beautiful as always out in center field in front of those great palm trees and the desert mountains of Palm Springs.
It's really a beautiful evening here.
Under the lights here at Palm Springs Stadium, here's the 3-2 pitch from Cameron Whitty. And he throws it over him, almost beamed him on the head.
Just a bit high.
Lynn almost tripped on his way to first. So not the cleanest sequence there from either the batter or the pitcher, as Peter Krumens will come up with a man on now, and it's still nobody out here for the Power in the top of the 5th. And a big swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Yeah, nice bayou fastball there from Whitty. Gets a big swing and a miss, and getting ahead in the count early is what you need.
Absolutely, especially after the long at-bat turns into a 6-pitch walk. Another swing and a miss. Here's a pickoff throw down to first. There will be no tag. Yasso did a nice job of digging that one out of the dirt. Could have turned into 2 extra bases for Lynn, despite the catcher legs.
Yeah, that's a dangerous play, especially with nobody out. If you aren't 100% certain, I don't know if you make that throw.
0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 1, 2, 3, Sam.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Once again, third time we've seen it from power pitchers. The first time from Whitty. Now with 1 away, 1 on, that illustrious leadoff walk could be damage still, but a big first out to get after it nonetheless.
So Krumens goes down on strikes. Here is Tyson Ellis. He takes off the inside. Ellis is 0 for 1 with a strikeout of his own. Country music playing at the ballpark, another key element of baseball. It's part of that America's national pastime culture.
Absolutely.
It's part of what makes this game so great. You think baseball, you think hot dog, beer, music, the distinct smell of the dirt and the grass and the painted lines, and it just all comes together to form one beautiful image. That's a swing and a miss, especially here at Palm Springs Stadium.
Yeah, it's really a view you cannot beat, a vibe you cannot beat, and it's just something that you got to appreciate during the summer, especially here in California. When it gets cool here at night, it is as picturesque, as, you know, comfortable as an environment as you can be in.
So that one's off the outside. The weather particularly much better here at night than during the day. 2-1 pitch from Whitty is a little bit low. It's 3-1. So Whitty's starting to struggle to find the zone, Sam.
Yeah, Whitty's starting to struggle to find the zone, and for him, needs to attack the strike zone because this is a Merchants team who only has 1 hit. I know they hit the daylights out of the baseball yesterday, had double-digit hits, but despite that, struggling to hit the baseball here today, and if they're not getting good results at the plate, you got to continue to attack and get that either strike 3 pitch or weak contact in either 1 or 2 outs on 1 swing.
That one shot foul back amongst the spectators and out of play. 3-2 now from Whitty into Tyson Ellis. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Whitty, back-to-back strikeouts. Impressive stuff coming back down there. 3-1 to strike him out swinging. So back-to-back swinging Ks for Whitty, and just like that, 2 away after the leadoff walk.
Did a really nice job. Had to have a couple Bayou fastballs in his 2 strikeouts that he's had so far, but after the leadoff walk, back-to-back strikeouts, and you're 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning.
And Whitty really confident with that fastball. It's kind of a come-and-get-me fastball. He's not afraid to throw it. There's another one. This one's bounced up the middle, and it's going to eke into center field for a base hit. Rounding second and going for third is Nate Lynn. And Zach Lewis has got a single, so that's exactly what you're looking for out of the bottom of the order. Get on in any way you can and flip it over to the top of that lineup. And speaking of the top of the lineup, here's Kyle Laxa. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout looking and a strikeout swinging. So Cameron Whitty looking to give him a hat trick.
Yeah, and for Whitty on the mound, unfortunately for him, got what he wanted, got weak contact. Unfortunately, not in a good spot. Went weakly up the middle and no time for anyone to make a play up there, and turns into ducks on the pond with 2 away. But for a pitcher, you got to have a short memory. Understand that you probably should have gotten out there, and if you maybe give up some hard contact here, the baseball gods might give you a reward.
There's a first pitch strike, so Petersheim goes 4. He does not qualify for the win. He gives up 1 earned run on 1 hit. It's flown out to right field. Rodriguez will stay put. Now he comes in, makes the catch, inning over. When we come back to Palm Springs Stadium, it will be Ben Wade, so make sure you stay tuned on their side of this break.
Management Trust is a 100% employee-owned company. Every employee has a vested interest in providing memorable experiences to every homeowner and board members of HOAs. It's a very powerful thing. No homeowners association is too small or too large for us to manage. From community maintenance services to customized absentee home care, the Management Trust provides just about every service any homeowner could ask for.
Hi, I'm Damien with the Management Trust. We're community management built differently for your homeowners association. To find out how, give me a call.
Whether you're building, landscaping, renovating, refreshing, or simply researching, rent the right size tools for your size jobs. In store, online, or in app at Sunbelt Rentals, where tools rule.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium, where we have a new pitcher. Sam, what do you got on Jackson Garcia?
Yeah, Jackson Garcia, another arm for this Merchants team here tonight, and just looking for another effective inning for this Merchants team. Judging by the way this game has been flowing for them, they're going by an arm, an inning, and it's kind of an arm by committee who can give them the best inning possible. And for Garcia here, it's his job this inning.
Yeah, and Sam, this is kind of the last thing we expected to see. After using 6 arms in that thriller last night, the Merchants have come out and they are now using a 4th arm for the 5th inning. What does that tell you about the confidence that Albert Luna has in this pitching staff?
I think it says a lot of confidence. I mean, they got a lot of depth in that pitching staff, and I think it shows that they trust each and every one of those arms in high-leverage situations, which seemingly every inning in this game has been.
So Garcia, a Union City, California native over there in the Bay Area. And it's Ben Wade first for the power. And he's 0 for 0 with a walk, and he swings at the first pitch and chops it fouled on the third base line. Wade's been great for the power so far this year in kind of a off-the-bench spot start kind of role. But he got a majority of the reps at catcher last night after pinch hitting in the 3rd inning. There's the 0-1, and it's flown out towards right, starting to carry a little bit. Ellis now backpedaling. He will make the catch, 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th.
So an F9 to start the outing for Jackson Garcia, 5'10 junior out of Union City, California, pitching at Menlo College. I think we know a couple of people who play some baseball over there.
We do. Israel Garcia, our game day operations intern, a pitcher over at Menlo College.
Another Garcia on the mound.
There you go.
This one, Jackson, a 6.27 ERA with a 1-3 record in 15 appearances, 2 starts with Menlo.
Now, Bianchina takes off the outside for ball 1 as he gets this at-bat started. We're at Palm Springs Stadium, 8:18 p.m. on a beautiful summer evening in Palm Springs. Always seems to be the case here in Southern California. Now, Bianchina pops this one behind second. Moving back into shallow right center field is Rodriguez, who makes the catch. 2 down quickly for Jackson Garcia.
As we've been saying, a very quick-moving game, but for the Power, struggling to get barrel to ball, and it's been a lot of weak contacts here today in this ball game, and it shows up on the scoreboard really with both sides, only 2 hits apiece, looking to get something going at the plate, and they're hoping the top of the lineup in Makate can get it going.
So here's Matthew Makate. He's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out, and he takes a first pitch ball off the outside.
And if you're the Merchants, last thing you need is, with 2 outs, you get Makate on base, who brings a lot of speed to the table. And not only that, you bring up Caden Richards to the plate, who is a double and a home run shy of the cycle. He's got the hard leg out of the way. 2 for 2 so far, and I might be a little bit early for cycle watch, but the way he's swinging the bat, why not?
Swings hard there, and lets go of the bat, and it's back off the backstop. It's 1-1.
I'll tell you what, it's a lot better than opening day where first AB of the game, we see a bat get stuck in the netting, and it was stuck up there all game.
Unbelievable. And if I'm not mistaken, one of our lovely marketing interns got it down the next day. What a great job that must have been, as that's low. It's 2-1.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a ton of fun getting that back down. It was at least 25 feet high in the netting. I mean, that is tough to do, Jack.
Oh, absolutely. It's not a fun task, but regardless, it's 2-1 to Makate. He takes high and wide. It's 3-1. So Makate lasting a little longer in this at-bat than he has in his previous 2.
Looking to get good speed aboard here. So with 2 outs, you want to maybe be a little bit more aggressive. So if Makate gets on the base path, could turn into a double with the speed, try and get a stolen base, and get in scoring position for Richards, who already has a run and an RBI today.
3-1 is in there. A called strike, a breaking ball. Just clips the top of that outer third.
And a reminder, Richards, who's standing in the on-deck circle, has the only 2 hits for the Power so far in this ball game.
Indeed, he does. A triple and a single for Caden Richards, who awaits on deck. Payoff pitch with 2 outs off the outside, ball 4. So Makate reaches base, and that's his first time reaching base safely, and it is the 3rd walk for the Power in this game.
And brings up the red-hot Richards right now. Big scenario for him. Looking to get an extra base hit here and drive in that run. And Richards, who is playing with a little bit of excitement after last night, a UNLV prospect from Las Vegas. So big Golden Knights fan, obviously fired up with their win last night.
There's a called strike, and Richards, his whole family showed up last night, the dog included, who's
here again tonight.
They are. They're all decked out in UNLV gear. Pardon me, not UCLA. Not at all the same. But UNLV, a great college, and Las Vegas, a great city, as he takes high. It's 1-1. Lots to do in Las Vegas.
Yeah, fun town sometimes.
Especially with the A's moving out there in a couple years. Moving from Oakland to Sacramento, now Las Vegas will be coming soon.
I'll have to talk to Richards after the game, but gonna have to find out the name of the dog and see if it's gonna be out here full time, because it's been a rally dog so far here for the Power.
It sure has been, as Richards fouls this one out of play. It's 1-2. Richards having a big game, a triple and a single. We'll see what he can do here with a man leading off of first. Good speed with Makate. And Richards fouls this one back. 1-2 it will remain. Sam, I think you're looking a little nervous with your car over there.
Yeah.
A lot of foul balls flying that way.
I mean, it take a lot to get up there, but, I mean,
Stranger things have happened at Palm Springs Stadium.
I hope not.
I'll put it that way as he lines this one to center. And it gets by the center fielder, Johnson, who made a diving effort. Coming around third is Makate, and the throw to the plate has got him beat, but it gets by the catcher, Lynn. And scoring is Makate. The Power extend their lead on a RBI double by Richards, who ekes closer to the cycle. It is 3-1 Power now, a 2-out rally, a walk and a double. And once again, Sam, it all begins with the walk.
It's the Caden Richards show here today. A run, now 2 RBIs, 3 for 3. And you mentioned Cycle Watch, home run shy of that leg. What more can you say about Caden Richards, the run-in rebel, than just utterly fantastic so far for this Power team?
Sure, playing like the Division I player that he is. Here's Junior Rodriguez. He's 0 for 1 with a sac fly and a run batted in. And he brought home Richards after that first inning triple to get the scoring started in this one, as this one's fouled way off to the left side, back over near the bouncy house.
Now you're loving the production from Richards, but he's been left stranded in scoring position a couple times, so.
3-1 Power. Caden Richards responsible for that last run as Rodriguez bounces it up the middle, off the glove of the second baseman Rodriguez, and coming around to score on the play is Richards. Excellent base running there. So Rodriguez has his second RBI on an infield single.
Yeah, Dill immediately gave him the windmill as soon as he saw that ball get away from the second baseman in Rodriguez. No hesitation from Richards, and it seemed like he got a bit of a speed boost rounding third, heading for the plate. It looked like the throw was going to beat him, and then it didn't. He got into the plate before the throw, and a big run scores there. 4 runs from the Power, and Richards in some sort of facet has accounted for all 4. 2 runs, 2 RBIs.
Yeah, and it's so refreshing to see that middle of the order, 2 and 3, Richards with 2 RBIs, Rodriguez with 2. See them producing, as the last few nights it's been the bench, and Noah Areola with the walk-off home run in game number 1. And the bottom of the order and Amari Conley last night with the walk-off walk. So it's nice to see that top of the order, middle of the order really starting to get it going as the first pitch is a ball outside.
Yeah, for every team, it's critical for the heart of your lineup to get going.
On the ground to third, Lewis to first, in time for the out. But the Power do extend their lead to 3. It's 4-1 Power here from Palm Springs Stadium. We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsor.
Try our big, beautiful all-day menu with more than 70 delicious dishes and our award-winning 3-course brunch for only $27.99. At Palm Springs' most popular restaurant, there's always a party at Lulu. Cam Whitty returns here for the top of the 6th for the Power, and he will face Nico Rodriguez, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Rodriguez, a very odd batting stance, a slightly open stance, feet fairly close together. Now he takes a pitch that hits him
And on one pitch, Rodriguez will reach safely. So crowding the plate pays off this time as Rodriguez will take the free 90 feet.
First pitch, hit by pitch walk. I mean, you don't get a first pitch walk, but first batter walk, hit by pitch, usually leads to disaster. We've been preaching on this all ball game long, but especially the first pitch hit by pitch, that can really, really rattle a pitcher on the mound. And for Whitty, hoping that's not the case here.
And not only does it rattle a pitcher on the mound, it can also rile up the opposing lineup.
For sure.
Who is looking for any excuse to take things personally, down 4 runs to 1. So here is Trey Johnson, and Johnson's 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts. Pickoff throw to first, diving back safely is Rodriguez, who takes his lead once again. He does not go. Now Johnson flips it the other way, foul, and back amongst the fans.
It's another one of those souvenirs left side, and for Whitty, just a bounce back pitch for him. Obviously, after the first pitch hit by pitch, you're able to get a strike right there. It's a good start, even though there's some contact made on it. Still a foul ball. Got to treat it as strike 1, and for Whitty, a great ground ball pitcher looking to stay low in the zone and get that illustrious ground ball.
That pitch is low. It's 1-1. Speaking of souvenirs here at the ballpark, there's plenty of them, so make sure you make your way out here. Foul balls, T-shirts, hats, jerseys, beer bats, and more. So make sure you come out to a Palm Springs Power game sometime this season. $10 general admission, $8 for seniors, and $5 for children. As that pitch is off the outside, it's 2 balls and a strike to Trey Johnson.
Now 2-1 here in this count here to Johnson, wearing the number 42. Couple of flyouts in this game. And when you try to drive the ball here, when you try to hit for power in this ballpark, it typically doesn't end too well here, and Johnson's fell victim to that a couple of times here. But now heading to count 3-1, it's definitely a hitter's count. And looking for one maybe you don't want to try and hit a home run on, but one that you can drive, maybe find a gap, maybe take it the opposite way and either get first or third or maybe a run across.
3-1 to Johnson now. And he lines it into right field, a base hit. So moving over to second and being held there is Rodriguez, but a base hit for Johnson, and there's 2 on with nobody out.
So after Rodriguez engendered the rally, continuing to go is Johnson, which what I mentioned, what did I say? Just get a base hit any way you can, and 3-1 looking for a hitter's pitch, got it, and now the tying run steps to the plate, and this is not the guy you want up at all. Gio Martini, he is the strikeout batter of the game here at Power Stadium, and I think that's a bold choice to have him as that candidate after what he did last night.
Martini the beer batter, let's see how it goes. He's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a pop out. A swing and a miss.
Big cut. He does that a lot. And for those who missed last night's ball game who maybe don't know what I'm referencing, came up with 2 outs in the top half of the 9th inning with his team down a run. All he needed was a base hit to tie the game, and he got more than a base hit. He got every stitch of the baseball, cleared it over the right center field fence, and seemed like at the time that was all the Merchants were going to need to pull an upset here in Palm Springs, but a late inning rally in the bottom half of the 9th made it all for nothing. But that doesn't negate the fact that Martini still brings a serious start to the plate, has serious pop, and can knot this ball game in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. 2 men on, nobody out. 1-1 pitch from Whitty is on the way, and it's low in the dirt. Nice job blocking that one by Ben Wade. Everybody will stay where they're at.
And we saw with Martini yesterday, he loves that high pitch. He loves that elevated fastball. So if you're going to get him to chase, you have to go way up in the zone, but not, too low where you can get a hitter's pitch right in his wheelhouse and drive it.
Yeah, Whitty clearly looking for that double play ball low in the zone, but he's just going to have a hard time getting it against a guy who loves to go fishing for long balls, as that one's fouled off. 2-2 the count now to Gio Martini, the DH.
And with Martini, which is kind of interesting, is he loves those letter high fastballs that are at the top of the zone. You see sometimes guys, when they get that high fastball, they can't handle the velocity. Not the case for him.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So a big out there, and that is a beer batter strikeout. So the fans of Palm Springs happier than we've heard on any previous strikeout perhaps tonight. So one away here, and a big one away as Martini is retired. Here's Fabian Gomez.
And almost instantly you're starting to see fans pile up out of the seats and head into the concession stands looking to get their discounted beer courtesy of Martini. Which, I mean, come on now. I mean, the beer batter being Martini.
If he strikes out, you kind of have to. I mean, I'm tempted to leave the booth here.
But, I mean, the last name Martini, supplying alcohol, I mean, come on. You can't script it any better.
Thank you, Gio Martini. Anyway, here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's off the outside, but called for a strike. It's 1-1.
I think if you just shoot Sue a text, she'll got you.
Sue, our wonderful concession lady down the third base line, always providing the interns with great fresh meals. We're so grateful for what she does for us. Here's a 1-1 pitch, a breaking ball, grounded to first, and putting it away for the out is Yasso. So there's 2 down, 3 unassisted there for Yasso.
So 2 big runs to cut the deficit, at least a good chunk of it, standing in scoring position, but big out there, you get the 3 unassisted back-to-back outs. And to wrap up our thoughts on Sue, I know, big fan of her supplying the food for us, but I think you might be a bigger fan of her dog, Shelby. I think you guys just instantly
big-time
clicked.
fan of Shelby. We love Shelby. In the intern room, she's great. She's an absolutely wonderful little puppy. Here's the 0-0 pitch, and it's a swing and a miss by Nate Lynn, who is 0 for 1 with a walk.
Had that backwards K back in the second inning. Just watch a fastball go by, and we'll see if Woody tries to do the same.
That one's cued foul off the right side and over near the Merchants dugout. It's 0-2 quickly, and this is what Woody has been looking for all outing, is getting in these 0-2 counts with 2 outs, Sam.
Yeah, and if he can get himself out of this here, that would earn him a lot of points right here. First and second, nobody out, and to be able to escape this would be huge for his, not only his psyching, but just the momentum in this game, and go back to the dugout with a 0 would maybe fire up this offense to tack on a couple more.
0-2 is fouled back.
And I like the idea of continuing to go with the fastball here. He's gone with a couple of inside fastballs, and each time Lyon's been late on it, so it's been working, and you wonder here if you elevate it a little bit more, you get the chase and you get strike 3.
So the whole arsenal is at the disposal of Cam Whitty with an 0-2 count. Runners off of second and third. And the 0-2 is off the outside. So 1-2 the count to Nate Lynn. We'll see if Lynn reaches or if he strands a pair, and that's been the struggle for the Merchants in this game.
Going off speed down out of the zone. I like the idea of it right there. Maybe try and get a chase. Couldn't do so. But now that sets up that high pitch, maybe throws off the hitter's eye level a little bit and gets him to get a chase.
So the 1-2 from Woody, and it's a big one. And it's strike 3 called. He got him looking. So that will end the inning. And the Merchants threaten, but they do not harm. It's 4-1 here from Palm Springs Stadium.
Whether you're building, landscaping, renovating, refreshing, or simply researching, rent the right size tools for your size jobs. In store, online, or in app at Sunbelt Rentals, where tools rule.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Shopping for car insurance is confusing. Holy cow. Great. Now we have a cow in our kitchen. Why did you say that?
Because I don't know what coverage to choose.
So just say the State Farm jingle. A State Farm agent can go over all your options with you and help choose coverage that meets your needs. Dude, cow, could you move?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium, beautiful Southern California. Another great night here for some Power baseball. Jack Lennon, Sam Egan. Sam, what's been working so much better tonight for the Power early in this game?
I mean, I don't know if you can really compare anything from last night that is too much different from last night. The hitting's been a little bit better, but it's not like it's been drastically better. But you got to give a lot of kudos to this pitching staff for the Palm Springs Power. It's definitely been the best outing for their pitching all season long, with Petersheim, going 4 innings and being really effective, only giving up 1, and Cam Whitty getting himself into some sticky situations, but bending and not breaking in the 2 innings he's been so far, and he's been effective and likely ready to go for another inning.
Absolutely. So Jackson Garcia, speaking of being out for another inning, he is for the Merchants, and coming up first to face him will be Adam Axtell.
So he's the first guy we've seen go multi-inning since the opener, I guess we can call him, Alex James, who went 2 innings to start, gave up 1 run in those 2 innings, and there's the Power who tacked on another one in the 3rd off Griffin Sutton and got 2 last inning off Garcia, but despite that, looking to trust him to get a 0 here and keep things within reach.
So Axtell, that straight up stance, feet fairly far apart, squares the bunt and drops a nice squeeze down there along the third base line, and he beats out the throw, and it comes around and hits him, but regardless, Axtell will score an infield single, and that gets the leadoff man on board for the Power with Derek Thompson up, and he's 0 for 2 with a fielder's choice and a flyout.
So looking up at the scoreboard, it's going to get ruled an error. That's a tough play, but it will be a throwing error against the pitcher right there in Jackson. So not the way you want to start your inning. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about that. That's a really tough play, and a tough play to get scored an error. Really tough play for the pitcher to make, but with it getting past the first baseman and gets scored an error.
First pitch strike to Thompson. Curveball coming in across the inner third for strike 1.
So in the half inning, we had a chipping competition on the field, and it's maybe my favorite promotion that we do here at the ballpark. And I don't know why me and you haven't tried it out on the field yet to see maybe, or maybe the 4 broadcasters get out there and
I
see
think I would
who's
lose
got the
big
best
time.
chipping game.
Are you a big golfer?
I wouldn't say big. I know we got some other broadcasters that a little bit more into it. I'm definitely not consistently shooting under 100, so I wouldn't consider myself a good golfer, but I do golf, yes.
0-2 to Thompson is swung on a miss, strike 3. So 1 away after the leadoff reach on error by Axtell. So Thompson down on 3 pitches. Conley comes up, and he is 0 for 2 with a fly out to center and a strikeout looking. Power looking for some contributions from the bottom of this order tonight. The bottom of the Power order, 0 for 3, 0 for 2, 0 for 1, and 0 for 2. So not a great game for the bottom of this order, 6 through 9. Conley looking to change that with a lefty-lefty matchup. Pardon me, a righty-lefty matchup against Garcia.
So looking up at the scoreboard, I believe there will be a correction on that play. The error was taken off.
And that's what I thought, Sam. It really looked like a hit to me. It's a really tough play to score an error. That was a really good squeeze by Axtell, and after all, the right correction is made by our scorer tonight, Stephen Buxton. Conley thought about it, did not go, and made the right choice. It's 3-0.
You know, I think maybe Axel maybe gave a little bit of a look up here to the press box, like, my average, it isn't looking the prettiest as it is already. You got to give me 1. And
it's a well-earned hit. We were talking about it in the pregame. The bunt is kind of a lost art in the sport of baseball, and it's almost, Sam, refreshing to see it so perfectly executed there as Conley takes the 4-pitch walk.
Tell you what, Conley's had a great eye for the plate. The average hasn't panned out to maybe as high as he'd like it to, but that OBP has been really nice for this Palm Springs Power team, and he's come up with the walks when they've needed it most. When they need an insurance runner, last night when they need that go-ahead run, had bases loaded, nobody out, back-to-back outs, and Conley just did his job. Didn't try and be too over-anxious, didn't try to be a hero, and in turn was the hero because of it.
And he is 0 for 6 in this series, but with 2 walks, one that you mentioned drove in the winning run yesterday, and one that pushes Axtell into scoring position with less than 2 outs here. So here's Ben Wade, and Wade is 0 for 1 with a walk of his own. And he chops this one back to the pitcher to second, and the throw gets by him, and it squirts into center field, and coming around third to score is Axtell. Conley will also come around third. The throw to the plate has got him beat. Now the throw down to second, squirts into right field. An unbelievable sequence of events. So to recap, as Wade goes over to the third, the Power do score a run on the play, and what should have been a double play ball, or at least a fielder's choice for the Merchants, results in a earned run and also an out. So they got Conley at the plate, who perhaps was a little overambitious, but Wade goes to third on the throwing error on the double play, possible double play, and really a huge sequence of events here for the Power to catch that break.
Whenever you find yourself hungry for something real, simple, and true, we're here for you.
That's what a hamburger's all about.
Now batting number 6, AJ Bianchina.
So because of the error, Wade does not collect the run batted in. Here is A.J. Bianchina. And Bianchina's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a pop-out, and he swings and misses and drops the bat. It's 0-1. Bianchina looking to continue that bottom of the order rally. Sam, it's almost like the bottom of this Power order heard us talking up here about the lackluster nature of their performance in the first half of this game. And they've rallied really nicely to bring across an extra insurance run here as we head into the later third of this game.
Well, it wasn't the prettiest for sure. It should have been what could have been an inning-ending double play. It probably should have been, as I said. But get some luck. What started at the inning was an E1, got reversed, and then another E1 on the mound. So it's been a little bit of chaotic. A lot of chaos here in the 6th inning, and I think nothing proved it more than that game of pinball that ended up with Wade on third and a run scoring.
So what started as that pitch is out the outside, it's 2-1. What started out as a men on first and second at bat with 1 away ends with a run in, 2 down, and a man on third. And how you can explain that to anyone makes no sense.
The man on third is the batter.
The man on third is indeed the batter. Crazy stuff. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's high and wide. It's 3-1 to
So how does that get scored? So that was 1 went to 8, and then the center fielder threw it into second, who threw it into home. So you have 1, 8, 4, 2, 8 again.
Unbelievable stuff. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Bianchina. It's off the outside, ball 4. And the second walk of this inning for the Power. And I talked to Casey Dill before the season, and he talked about how important it is for this team in this big ballpark with these dimensions, 350 to each corner, 400 to straightaway center, to play small ball, and that's been the definition of this inning. A bunt single, 2 walks, an error, and a run across. So some pretty impressive stuff here from the bottom of the Power order. And that flips it over for Matthew Makate, who's 0 for 2 with a walk.
Let's see if maybe a potential stolen base is put in effect here with Bianchina, trying to be a second leadoff guy, some speed up there, and there he goes.
It's off the outside, and Bianchina will take second unopposed.
Not even a contest. The second stolen the base of the day for the Power, and that one could be a big one because a base hit by Makate could make it a crooked number.
1-0 is a called strike. It's 1-1 to Makate. And Makate's had a struggle today to make any hard contact. He does have the walk, but a lazy fly out to the pull side and a ground out also to the pull side. He's more of a pull hitter, but that gap in between short and third wide open. The shortstop pulled way over almost towards second base, almost directly behind the bag, and the second baseman playing especially towards the first baseman. First baseman covering the line, the right field line, and the outfield is straight up. Shifted ever so slightly to the right side, but Makate awaits the 2-1 pitch. Here it is. And it's up high. It's 3-1. So another hitter's count for Makate, Sam.
And Makate looking to walk him back-to-back at-bats. Walked last inning in his at-bat. Walk came with 2 outs, and that just turned into 2 runs. With Caden Richards on deck and with how damaging Richards has been, if you give Makate a free pass, could be big-time trouble with red-hot Richards lurking again for another RBI chance.
3-1 to Makate, and it's a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, emphasis on big swing right there. Thought he was getting a fastball on a hitter's count. 3-1 changeup where the bottom just falls out of it. Filthy stuff, and now it's a payoff pitch upcoming with 2 out here in the 6th.
So Makate with a real chance to put this one on the top shelf in the bottom of the 6th. Here it is, and he lines it to center. Starting back now, lunging a little bit in is Johnson to make the catch. The inning is over. It's 5-1 Power here from Palm Springs Stadium. We'll be right back.
Like a family setting, you know, we come and we get into conversation, and it's comfortable here is what I guess I'll say. It's comfortable.
The hot cocoa has whipped cream and sprinkles in the whipped cream in the hot cocoa.
Very family oriented. You know, they cater to the kids. They got the coloring books and crayons, and they have kid-sized stuff about almost for everything that you would want. So young and old, everybody can enjoy it.
It's the best.
Made from scratch memories. Elmer's.
Like a family setting, you know, we come and we get into conversation, and
Back here from Palm Springs Stadium where the Power lead 5-1. A beautiful night for some baseball as the moon starts to shine its light over the beautiful stadium where Nolan Ryan once played. Sam, the Power lead 5-1. What's been going so well for them offensively?
Well, they've been taking advantage of their opportunities. We've seen the Power oftentimes struggle with runners in scoring position. Not the case today, and scoring some runs in some wacky ways. There's a game of pinball to score a run last inning, but they'll take them any way they can get them. It's been 2 errors from the opposition and the Merchants so far, but Power nonetheless looking a little bit better at the plate. They're getting more hits, and they're still walking a lot, so doing a lot of things right offensively, but it's been the pitching staff that's been the story of the day. They've been nothing but stellar. 1 run here as we head into the top of the 7th, and I'm going to knock on wood and hope I didn't give them the old announcer's jinx, but it has been just filthy stuff from the staff going in the first 6 frames or so.
So Cam Whitty will begin the 7th inning for the Power, and he returns for his 3rd inning of work. And to face him will be Kyle Sandner, a pinch hitter who went 1 for 5 last night with a pair of RBIs. So Sandner steps in on the same side of the plate that Whitty is throwing from. It's a righty-righty matchup, so that makes the pinch hit move a little perplexing. He replaces Peter Krumens, who is 0 for 1.
Another one of those San Joaquin Delta guys here on this team. Takes a big cut and a miss at that fastball, but he's a guy who definitely can run into one. Had 4 home runs in his time this season with the Mustangs, but average is the name of his game. Hit .344 this season. That's nothing to scoff at here, and especially in age of baseball where you don't see guys hit for average. There's a .447 OBP as well, and that came over the course of 110 at-bats.
Pretty good stuff there from Sandner as he takes the ball down low. Chased the first pitch, and Whitty went right back to the same location. Sandner says, not this time. It's 1-1.
A lot of extra base hits for Sander as well. Had 11 of those this season. They eclipsed nearly a third of his hits.
Down low, it's 2-1 to Sander, and Whitty who regained control of that fastball after he struggled to hit the zone across the first couple of batters he faced in that first inning of work, which was the 5th, has really found his groove here. He's gone 2 innings scoreless. There's a strike, a nice frame job there by the catcher, Ben Wade. But Whitty has really bounced back from what started as looking like it was going to be a pretty tough outing for him.
Yeah, in both innings he's come out, you would think it's going to be a rocky inning with the walk in the first inning of work and the hit by pitch in the second inning of work to start things off, but he's bounced back smoothly, and some guys, maybe they're just better out of the stretch as opposed to the windup. And yes, I know you can go out of the stretch with nobody on base, but sometimes it's just a mentality thing. You know, baseball's such a mental game more than any other sport, and maybe some guys like Whitty coming out of the bullpen is better with guys on base as opposed to having the bases clear.
Whitty getting ready for the 2-2 pitch. He's set now. He kicks and deals, and it's grounded to short. Axtell clutches and throws in time to Yasso, 1 away.
And it's weird with pitchers. You would think with nobody on base, that's where the least stress comes in, but sometimes you try to, maybe try to throw instead of pitch because you feel like you don't have to be as pristine in those situations where you have nobody on base, and that's where it can cause to be a mistake, and you either get a home run or a loud extra base hit.
So here's Jaden Bitter. He is pinch hitting, an infielder and pitcher for the Alameda Merchants. He pinch hits for Tyson Ellis.
Bitter, a guy that have a little bit of familiarity with. Spent my first year at Ball State, as did Bitter. Also spent some time at Gardner-Webb University as well, where, as you mentioned, is a two-way product. Was last night's starting pitcher here for the Merchants.
And he did a great job on the mound yesterday as he looks at a second pitch ball. It's 1-1 to Bitter. And Bitter, his first plate appearance of this series.
Bitter from Los Gatos, California, mentioned, started his playing career at Ball State, playing under the coach Rich Maloney, one of 8 coaches in college baseball who is an active coach having the 1,000-win mark. So an impressive mark for Coach Maloney, a great coach at Ball State University, and they've had a lot of success in recent years, despite being a MAC school.
Bitter, a Bay Area native, Los Gatos, California, and previous school Gavilan College down there in the South Bay of Gilroy. 1-2 pitch from Whitty to Bitter, and strike 3 called, and Bitter not happy, looked dumbfounded on the call by the home plate umpire. It was a little bit perhaps off the outside, or at least Bitter thought so. Instead, he gets sent packing, 2 down.
That's a 9th strikeout on the day by power pitchers, and a lot of them have come looking. It's the second one we've seen looking from Whitty, and the third we've seen overall from power pitching. So impressive stuff, being able to fool hitters on the swing and miss and by looking. And I don't know, Jack, as a pitcher, I feel like I like getting the strikeout looking more because you feel like you truly fooled the hitter. And I wonder if that's the same case for these guys.
Driven to center, drifting back is Thompson. He makes the catch. The inning is over. A 1-2-3 inning once again for Whitty, who's really settled in. It remains 5-1 power here from Palm Springs Stadium. We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
The Management Trust is a 100% employee-owned company. Every employee has a vested interest in providing memorable experiences to every homeowner and board members of HOAs. It's a very powerful thing. No homeowners association is too small or too large for us to manage. From community maintenance services to customized absentee home care, the Management Trust provides just about every service any homeowner could ask for.
Hi, I'm Damien with the Management Trust. We're a community management built differently for your homeowners association. To find out how, give me a call.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Quality first. It's quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium. And for the Merchants, they're looking to shut these power lineup down as it's 5-1 power here as we approach the 7th inning, bottom of the 7th inning. And coming up first for the power will be Caden Richards, the hot bat tonight. What has Caden Richards done so well in his approach tonight, Sam?
I mean, it's hard to say what he hasn't done well. I mean, it's kind of a rare art with Richards. He loves to attack the opposite field, and he's been so successful with that all night. Started in the first inning where he got things going for the offense. First hit of the night was a triple, and then it was his next at-bat. Power didn't have any hits in between the next 8 batters where he punched another single, drove in a run that was caused by a Ben Wade walk. And his third at-bat drove in yet another run, this time on a double. So it's a triple, a single, and a double for those keeping score back home. And here in the 7th inning, he's looking to complete that cycle with a home run. He's hit in every other inning and has gotten a hit in every inning so far. Has half the power hits, and his last hit that he had was the 3rd hit of his ball game, was only the 3rd hit for the power at the time. He's gotten some help since, 3 hits from the lineup the 3rd time through, and now it's the 4th time through where it's looking for Richards to touch all 4.
One pitch is low and outside, so it's 1-1 to Richards. And the power lineup, 5 runs on 6 hits. They've also committed just 1 fielding error. That's something, Sam, that we talked about before the game was so crucial for this power team. As here's the new pitcher, Nick Goff, his pitch, and it's up the middle, a base hit. Richards' 4th hit tonight, and it marks his 2nd single. So Richards a single, 2 singles, a double, and a triple. An absolutely stellar performance by him. A home run shy of the cycle, and he remains a home run shy of the cycle, but picks up his 4th hit. Here's Junior Rodriguez. Rodriguez has 2 RBIs, and he comes up once again with a man on. Every plate appearance that Rodriguez has had, a runner has been on base, and that is because of the stellar performance of Richards. And anytime, Sam, you can set up your 3-hole hitter with a man on base, good things are bound to happen.
Yeah, so getting the leadoff guy aboard has typically led to runs for this power team. Looking to do so again here. Happened last inning, looking to do so again.
Flips this one foul, just out of the reach of Zach Lewis, the third baseman, who was chasing after it, lost his hat in the process.
So going back to Richards' last at bat, his 4th hit of the game, early candidate for player of the game. I may know who I'm interviewing today. But nonetheless, for him, selfishly for someone rooting for the cycle, for it being such a rare feat, more rare than a no-hitter, I felt he got a little bit under that ball, but it's a really tough ballpark to get a really good piece of. And for Richards, you've seen him go right side the entire time, this time going right up the middle. And it just shows you he can spray it all over the field as he pleases.
Runner goes, pitches a ball. The throw down is not in time. It's late. And Richards now adds a stolen base to an already impressive evening. So 4 for 4 with 2 extra base hits, a steal. Richards is doing it all. And you mentioned the fact that he can go all over the field in terms of his hit chart, and that makes you all the more dangerous because now the defense has to play you straight up. And as a shift kind of is getting banned in the major leagues and making its way down in terms of that rule, it becomes all the more important to be a spray hitter.
2 RBIs, 2 runs for Richards, and the last run he scored back in that 5th inning was just a pure hustle play on a base hit from Rodriguez. Got around third, and there was a bang play at the plate that he beat out on a really tough slide. So Richards being a true 5-tool guy, showing he can give you pop, give you contact, and give you speed, but that stolen base and that run scored earlier.
Rodriguez swings and misses at strike 2. So it's 2-2 to Junior Rodriguez. Rodriguez is 1 for 2 with a sac fly, a single, and 2 runs batted in. He also grounded out in the 3rd.
See a lot of fun here at the ballpark for our crowd still staying in attendance. Rocky having a lot of fun in the pit as well. Hoping for another power run is Rocky and the rest of the power fans here.
Swing and a miss. He got him on a foul tip. So 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th, but Richards still leads off of 2nd, and that will bring up Alex Yasso. So Rodriguez with the K. Yasso steps in, and he's due. He's 0 for 3 with a trio of groundouts, 2 to 3rd, 1 to 2nd.
Yeah, Yasso is more than due. There's a team yesterday that struggled to hit the ball in general. All around it were the power, and Yasso was a big contributor in that, being in the cleanup hole. Hasn't had a hit all series. There's a couple guys in this power lineup that have yet to get a hit all series. Had a couple of walks, but getting good contact and putting one in play has been an issue for this power lineup up and down, and it's especially been the case for Yasso.
Takes a healthy rip on the first pitch. It's 0-1 to Yasso. Yasso awaiting the pitch from Goff, and he swings and fouls this one back towards us and out of play. Down 0-2 here quickly, and the key is just making contact, advancing that runner at the very least. You can't have a runner lead off second with nobody out and not find a way to manufacture that run home. But the Power, luckily for them, do lead 5-1. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Goff, and it's off the outside. It's 1-2.
Last night you saw the importance of insurance runs, and the more the merrier. Baseball is a sport where it's really not over till it's over, so continue to pile it on if you can, and Yasso looking to do that. Mentioned struggling a little bit in this week's series, but last weekend, 3 hits, and with the one being the most memorable being the walk-off in the 10th inning on Saturday.
That one kicks away from the catcher Lynn, and it bounces over towards the backstop. Advancing to third on the play is Caden Richards. So now a sac fly will do it, get the job done for Yasso, and that takes a lot of pressure off here, Sam. You don't have to get a base hit. Now a sac fly will do just fine.
Yeah, 2 strikes. You may want to choke up on the bag here if you're Yasso just to put a ball in play. With the infield not being in, despite this being a pretty critical run, staying back all around the infield, so Yasso just got to put one in play. That'll likely score the runner in Richards unless it's hit too hard on the infield.
Power willing to trade the out for the run. Merchant's not willing to do the same, as Yasso fouls this one again back towards us, and it remains 2-2. For Yasso, really looking to get going in this series in what could be his final plate appearance, assuming the Power are able to hold on to this one down the stretch.
And you're hoping with how solid the Power pitching staff has been, they are able to sustain this 4-run lead. But an extra run definitely wouldn't hurt.
2-2 pitch, swung on and lined into center field. Coming in on it is Johnson, and he's not going to get there. Trotting home is Richards, and it's 6-1 Power. So a nice RBI single there. Situational hitting from Yasso. Choked up a little bit like you said, Sam. Put the ball in play and good things can happen.
Wasn't pretty, didn't hit the ball the hardest, but like I said, contact, good things happen, and exactly that for Yasso. Hit into the Bermuda Triangle of Merchants between the left center and shortstop. No one could get there. First hit of the weekend for Yasso, and drives in a big run. Now one swing can't change the ball game.
And that is huge. Here's Adam Axtell, and he takes high. And the middle of the order, we talked about a little bit earlier, Sam, how 2 and 3 have done so well, Richards and Rodriguez. But Yasso now getting involved. 5 runs batted in across those 3 hitters. What has been working so well for the middle of this order tonight?
I mean, for them, they've been just, like we talked in the pregame, attacking early on in counts. They're seeing a lot of pitchers, they're fouling a lot of pitches off, and they're getting good pieces of wood on the baseball, and a lot of it's been going the opposite way or going straight up the middle.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Goff, and it's lined to right field and a base hit. And going to be out at second on the play is Yasso. He thought that the right fielder Ellis might have had a chance to make the play there, scratched at the right fielder Bitter. And instead, he lunges for second, but not able to make it.
So a rare 9-6 fielder's choice right there. And for Yasso, nothing you could do that. That ball was hit on a rocket. Didn't know if that ball was going to land in the outfielder's glove or on the grass. And by the time he realized that ball was landing, didn't have a lot of time to get to second. It was a perfect throw by Ellis, or correction, by Bitter to get that second out.
And advancing to second on the play on the muffled exchange between the catcher and the pitcher is going to be Axtell.
Something else you don't see too often.
Conversation now being had, and Albert Luna is out to talk this one over with the home plate umpire. You'd assume that this is about Axtell bolting for second.
I mean, I don't know what else it would possibly be about, but now it forces a discussion between the 2-man umpiring crew, and sometimes when you have a 2-man umpiring crew, it can cause for some issues, because if you have 2 differentiating opinions, you don't have a third umpire to kind of be the middle ground for it and make the deciding call. So if they disagree, who makes the call? Do they turn to us, say, hey, what do you guys got?
I don't think anyone's going to be asking Jack Lennon and Sam Egan for their opinion on an official ruling.
Hey,
At least I would hope.
I've umped some Little League in my day.
There
so
you
I
go.
mean,
more than qualified. And they're going to say he's good to go to second base. So
definitely could fill in for some emergency umping if need be.
Yeah, confusing play for the fans here at Palm Springs Stadium nonetheless.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those. Had one last night where we thought a ball that turned into a wild pitch that scored a run was maybe a foul ball, but that turned into a run for the Power. A couple that scored on pass balls last night. And what was a bit of a sloppy ball game last night, and not your typical, you see balls put in play to score runs as you usually do in baseball, but there's a win for the Power nonetheless, and now as this conversation continues to ramp on, maybe shocked to see the pitcher on the mound not warming up right now and trying to get loose in Lynn.
And you can only wonder what Luna is so passionately upset about. Really starting to get his money's worth here in his time with the umpiring crew is, like you mentioned, Goff not stretching nor moving on the mound.
This has been a relatively quick ball game here. It's only been 2 hours as we're in the bottom of the 7th. We've seen a lot of these games so far go at least 3 hours or so, and we've seen some close contests and a lot of pitching changes, a lot of walks. Here today, the walks have been a little bit more limited. Haven't really seen any mound visits, but this is really the first prolonged delay we've seen all day.
Yeah, I mean, this has really brought the game to a screeching halt, and for the fans here at Palm Springs Stadium, a couple of murmurs starting to break out, like what could possibly be taking so long with this officiating crew?
I think with you getting the out right there, if anything, you're just icing your own pitcher.
Absolutely.
It makes things tough for the arm on the mound who isn't even warming up right now while his manager is pleading his case. So in a 6-1 ball game already, just standing around on the mound, throwing the ball up in the air, could have you, feeling a little bit cold as you face this next batter, and wouldn't be shocked here if jumped out to a quick 2-0, 3-0 count does Thompson.
So here's Thompson as Luna finally departs. Thompson will get to take a couple of hacks with a man in scoring position, and it's 6-1 Power here from Palm Springs Stadium. The Power and the Alameda Merchants from up in Northern California. If you're just joining us, I'm Jack Lennon. That's Sam Egan.
So it was last night the Merchants who tripled the Power's hit total, and tonight the Power doing that. And despite the Merchants out hitting the Power last night by tripling their hits, they still lost that ball game. So a little bit more of a, should I say, realistic outcome on the scoreboard for a team tripling someone in hits.
0-1 pitch is high. It's 1-1. And for Thompson, he comes into this at bat 0 for 3 with a strikeout and really looking to get going in his Power debut. Got to town a few days ago, making his debut tonight.
He reached on a fielder's choice back in the 4th inning, was left stranded at second base.
Swing and a miss. It's a ball and 2 strikes, and now forced to shorten up a little bit is Derek Thompson with 2 outs and a man leading off second. Merchants just desperately looking to get out of this inning with damage control getting done. They're down 5 runs already, and that 6th run might just be the nail in that Merchant coffin, as that one is high. It's 2-2.
Got a pinch hitter looming in the on-deck circle for the Power.
And that would be Blake Browning. So Browning is on deck, the right-hander.
Could argue Browning has the best facial hair on the team.
On the ground who's second. Rodriguez to Gomez beats the speedy Thompson, and Thompson is now 0 for 4. We go to the top of the 8th. It's the Power 6, the Merchants 1 when we come back.
For 20 years, our family's mission has been simple. It all starts at Stuffed, where exceptional service meets bold flavors. Every crust, a masterpiece. Cocktails crafted to perfection in an atmosphere that brings family and friends together. Stuffed pizza, dine in or takeout. Savor and enjoy at our 2 locations. Quality, service, family legacy, it all starts at Stuffed.
Whenever you find yourself hungry for something real, simple, and true, we're here for you.
That's what a hamburger's all about.
Monster Shakes, the best ice cream creations in the desert and only place in the world that serves all 10 flavors of Dole Soft Serve. The winner of the best soft serve and smoothies, home to the world's best date shake and other fun creations like ice cream nachos and the cotton candy burrito. For a limited time, come in and try your luck. Any soft serve that weighs exactly 16 ounces is free. Monster Shakes in Palm Springs and Cathedral City facing the Mary Pickford. Franchise opportunities available too. Monster Shakes, a delicious mess.
Welcome back to beautiful Palm Springs, California, where the Alameda Merchants have traveled down south, just about 7 hours down south, to visit the Palm Springs Power out here in the Coachella Valley Desert, where the Power leads 6-1 on 9 hits as opposed to 3 hits from the Merchants. 2 errors have cost the Merchants. Now pitching for the Power is Andrew Baltazar, and coming up for the Merchants is going to be Kai Laxa, who's 0 for 3 and has really struggled in this series. The leadoff man, middle infielder for the Merchants, has really had a difficult time getting it going. In case you are just joining us, I'm Jack Lennon. That is Sam Egan to my right as Baltazar gets set to start off this 8th inning, and he's greeted by Laxa, a right-handed hitter, middle infielder, speedy guy, but has not been able to showcase that speed too much in the series. And the first pitch is way inside and kicks off the backstop. Got beyond the catcher reach of Ben Wade, and Laxa had to dive out of the way of that one.
Yeah, Baltazar looking to find his momentum here in summer ball here with the Power. Got a lot of innings this past season with New Mexico Highlands, and looking to build off some momentum there where he's able to get some strikeouts, but was primarily a pitch-to-contact guy, and looking to get 3 quick outs here in any sort of facet.
So the 1-1 pitch coming up from Baltazar, and Baltazar, taller guy, and that one's a ground ball up the middle, and it is past Axel and into center field for a base hit. So ground ball base hit starts off the top of the 8th, and it's a much needed one for Laxa, who now gets the opportunity to show off his speed, and it's Nico Rodriguez who comes up next, and he is 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch and a walk.
Laxa's showing why he's leadoff hitter for this team. Took him a couple at-bats to get it going, but in the 4th at-bat gets his first hit of the ball game, and now some great speed aboard, looking to at least get a run to chip into that deficit, and that's how rallies start.
Laxa does not go. First pitch is a called strike off the outside corner. Nice pitch there on the fastball. Was looking a tad bit outside, but came right back in at the last second. Just a tiny bit of break. And it's 0-1 as he starts off Rodriguez. Now a ground ball to the right side and through for a base hit. So Rodriguez with a knock, Laxa with a knock, and it's 2 on with nobody out here. Runners on first and second for the Merchants.
Top of this lineup, making things uncomfortable for this Power team. 2 on, nobody out for Baltazar, who was unable to record an out in his last outing, gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run before being pulled.
So Baltazar now still has not recorded an out. He's given up now 5 hits and 1 earned run, and he's responsible for the men on first and second base. And a swing and a miss by Trey Johnson.
It's a big swing and a miss right there on Johnson.
Johnson was trying to hit a 5-run homer there, Sam. That's what he was swinging for.
I don't know if you watched Dodger films as a kid, aiming for that left center field scoreboard off the scoreboard, 5-run homer.
There's the same pitch in for a strike. Johnson did not go around this time, and it's 0-2 quickly, and that's the count that Baltazar needed to get himself into here.
Yeah, and for Johnson, just window shopping right there on that fastball, and you've seen a couple of fastballs go by, and now you don't want to be too aggressive on the fastball because it's the prime opportunity for an off-speed.
Takes down low, it's 1-2, and saw Baltazar there trying to go low in the zone and try and get that double play ball. Instead, it falls in the dirt. It's 1-2. Shot fair down the right field line, and everyone's going to run for quite a bit. coming around third and scoring Laxa. Rodriguez will come around third. He will score, and into third comfortably with a triple, Trey Johnson. It's 6-3. The power lead shrinks, and that will bring up Gio Martini. A nice swing of the bat there by Trey Johnson.
Yeah, big swing of the bat right there, and all of a sudden, this is an opportunity for a save, but more importantly, it's an opportunity for the Merchants to get right back in this ball game. We've mentioned the Power being a late inning ball club. How about the Merchants? They've been a late inning ball club in this series so far, and especially in the last ball game where they got 3 in the 9th, 2 in the 8th here, and they are within striking distance with nobody out and another run standing just 90 feet away.
Well, instead of a 5-run homer for Johnson, it's a 2-run triple, and that'll have to do, and it will do, especially as there's still nobody out and a runner 90 feet from crossing home plate as Martini pops this one foul well back into the seats and out of play amongst the spectators.
It's the second triple we've seen tonight. Both of them just wandering into that right field corner, and that was a ball that wasn't hit too far over the head of first baseman Yasso, but that ball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling, and the runners kept running and running and running. Advantages as a hitter and a base runner when you're playing at such a spacious ballpark as you are here in Palm Springs.
Absolutely, as that one's fouled off, it's 1-2. Palm Springs Stadium known for its big dimensions, as I mentioned earlier, 350 to each foul pole and 400 to that American flag standing so brightly, beautifully in center field as Baltazar now gets ready for a crucial 1-2 pitch. He looks into Wade, and fouling it off is Martini. Martini's had a quiet night. He's got a fly out, a pop out, and a strikeout. He's 0 for 3. Looking to cut that power deficit to 2 or maybe perhaps 1, but I doubt he'll swing for the fence with 2 strikes.
Merchants team has looked completely different 4th time through the order, and for the first time facing Baltazar, and with already bullpen action quickly getting up and brewing at the power bullpen. See if Baltazar can get a big first out here.
And if the score were to hold, the winning pitcher would be Cam Whitty. It would not be Petersheim, despite the power going ahead while he was in the game.
Petersheim only going 4 innings anyways. I don't think would have been on pace for the win.
Now that is shot to left, certainly going to be deep enough to get Johnson home, but the power gladly will trade the run for the out and clear the bases. So a sacrifice fly, both teams satisfied as Martini gets that 3rd run of the inning home, and it's 6-4 now. The Power still lead. Nobody on here for Fabian Gomez.
It's a crooked number with that 3rd run scoring. It's a big run at that, making it only a 2-run ball game, but now for Baltazar, you got to treat it as a fresh inning. You got nobody on the base paths with 1 out. Chance for you to just work back out of the windup and get yourself a couple more outs.
Just got to think of it as a new clean slate, a new inning, as now nobody is on with 1 out, and a first pitch fastball is in for a called strike to Fabian Gomez. First baseman has made some really nice putouts over there on the opposite side of the hot corner.
Couple groundouts for Gomez and a strikeout looking as well.
Check swing didn't matter. Strike 2. It's 0-2 with a pair of fastballs to Gomez.
Seen this Merchants team be a little bit more patient as the game has gone on. We've seen that yesterday as well, and it's led to better at-bats, but maybe being a little too patient as Gomez window shopping the first 2 pitches, both of them hittable for sure.
That one runs way down low, and it squirts away from Wade, the catcher, and it's now 1-2 to Gomez, who is 0 for 3. But if the rest of this inning has been any indication of how the 4th time through this order has gone for the Merchants, Gomez has a pretty good chance to reach base here, although he is trailing in the count 1-2 to Andrew Baltazar, and the pitch is shot foul down towards the Power bullpen where Alexander Oliver is warming up.
Impressive 2-strike approach right there from Gomez, getting a pitch on the outside, almost getting backdoored there, but able to extend his hands, get a piece, and get 1 more offering at least.
Here's a 1-2, and it's tapped foul once again, so very competitive at bat here by Gomez to stay alive and extend what should have been a quick out and needed to be a quick out, quite frankly, Sam, for Baltazar into a long drawn-out at bat.
Yeah, and I mean, with how long this at-bat is starting to get and the pitch count for Baltazar already getting up, you feel like this lineup's already started to figure him out as it is. And now seeing more pitches, the guy in the on-deck circle might get a good feel of what to expect for Baltazar in the next at-bat. If he's a tying run, that could be trouble.
Last pitch is outside with a breaking ball. It's 2-2 now to Gomez. Gomez, the short guy, not super big in stature. Now he pops this one up on the infield. Moving back is the catcher in foul territory. Wade, he dives for it and cannot make the catch. Boy, that one was a pretty lazy pop-up, pretty routine play, and the Power failed to capitalize. It is 2-2 to Gomez, so the count and the outs stay right where they are. Another foul ball, and that one, I think...
That one's routine.
I think Gomez is going to be going to sleep tonight if he gets a knock here, smiling pretty big to himself that one got away from Wade.
Yeah, and for Baltazar, might be kicking yourself, but you can't do anything about that if this turns into a base runner.
2-2.
As now it's a pitch away from being a walk. So
pretty good pitch called a ball there.
Baltazar just has to lock in here, just ignore that whatever just happened and execute his next pitch. Treat it as a foul ball. But for Yasso, I mean, that's a tough play for a catcher to make. It seems routine. Tough play for a catcher to make. You like your first baseman to try and come in and try and make a play.
3-2, got him looking. Slider right over the outer third, just broke into the middle of the plate. And Gomez never even looked at it in the way that he thought he was going to swing. So that will bring up Benji O'Rourke, who's pinch hitting for Nate Lynn.
It's a great job of locating the breaking ball on the upper portion of the plate. You got a hitter in Gomez who's thinking fastball all the way, because that has been largely what Baltazar has been relying on, and that's the pitch he's really only been able to throw a strike with, but gets that slider over the strike zone, gets called for strike three, and a big second out right there, and gives himself and his bullpen and his manager some breathing room.
Pumps a fastball in for a strike. It's 0-1. And here is the 0-1 pitch. It's left off the outside by Baltazar. So 1-1 to Benji O'Rourke. O'Rourke started the game last night, but coming off the bench today, pinch hitting for a righty-righty matchup. And another previous pinch hitter, Kyle Sandner, is on deck. So O'Rourke at the plate here with 2 down after a huge second out by Baltazar. 1-1 pitch, a called strike off the outside corner.
So now 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. I hate to say with only a 3 spot, but with how the inning started, escaping with 3 for Baltazar could be a promising sign to turn it over to the closer.
1-2 pitch is shot to right, and that's going to get down for another base hit.
So it's been 2 strike hitting from the Merchants. We saw it last night, seeing again tonight. Down, but never out. Setting up for a fun finish here, Jack.
4th hit in the top of the inning, and I think it's time to hang on here, Sam, because we're starting to come in for a landing, and maybe a more chaotic one than we had perhaps anticipated. But that will bring up Sandner for his second at-bat, and Sandner grounded out a 6-3 put out in his last time up.
Seen a lot of pinch hitters here for this Merchants team, and so far for Coach Luna, with a lot of depth on his roster, testing each and every piece of it, and so far he's pulling the right strings.
And it's worked well for this lineup as a foul tip on the first pitch is called for a strike. It's worked well for this lineup because the offense hasn't been the problem for the Merchants in this short 2-game series. It's been the fielding and the pitching. As here's the 0-1 pitch from Baltazar, and it's swung on and missed for strike 2. So Sandler quickly behind, 0-2 now. Baltazar's got him right where he wants him.
No balls, 2 strikes. Second time in the last 2 batters we've seen him at a 2-strike count. Pitch away from getting out of this inning. Don't want to leave a fastball over the plate and make another mistake.
0-2, got him looking, and that's the inning. So Baltazar does escape with the 3 spot, which sounds bad, but the Power still lead by 2. It's 6-4 here from Palm Springs Stadium when we come back for the bottom half of the 8th.
Think of the highest quality you can imagine. Now, think higher.
Thank you for calling the sandwich spot. Is this a sandwich emergency? It's a sandwich emergency!
Great sandwiches made with love. The Sandwich Spot. Love all, eat all. Located in downtown Palm Springs inside of the Henry Frank Arcade.
Jessup Auto Plaza has been proudly serving the Coachella Valley since 1938 as your trusted family-owned auto destination. Now, electrify your drive with the Valley's most extensive range of electric vehicles. Drive the Chevrolet Blazer, Equinox, Silverado, the powerful GMC Hummer, Sierra, and the distinctive Cadillac Lyriq. Silent power, bold performance. Electrify your drive. Jessup Auto Plaza. Since 1938, the EV brands you love, the family you trust.
Vehicle or your business in
6-4 is your score here in the bottom of the 8th as the Power gets set to come up. And they're facing Nick Goff for the second straight inning. I'm Jack Lennon, that's Sam Egan to my right as the Power come up, and leading off for the Power, it will be Blake Browning, who was slated to pinch hit for Amari Conley, the designated hitter in the previous inning, but never got the chance to come up. So Casey Dill sticks with Browning here to lead off the bottom of the 8th.
And it's a Power team where I don't want to say you need the insurance run, but they sure as heck won't hurt.
Absolutely not. Not at this point. And maybe an inning ago we're having a different conversation, Sam, but now with the Power lead stretched into just 2, it becomes a much different ballgame as that one skipped in the dirt for ball 1.
There was a 5-4 lead going in the 9th last night. 6-4 lead as it stands right now, and last night that lead would have been enough, nor could it be tonight if they get another big swing. So you want to do everything you can to get yourself at least another run or 2 and give your bullpen a little less anxiety.
A swing and a miss. It's 1-1 to Browning. Blake Browning did not play last night, but in the lineup via the way of the pinch hit tonight. Ben Wade, the catcher, does remain on deck, and after him it will be A.J. Bianchina. So the bottom of the order is due up here in the bottom of the 8th. And a line drive, base hit into center field for Blake Browning. So really nice approach there, a pinch hit single, and that's huge to get any contribution you can from the bench.
Yeah, first at bat, from Browning, and does exactly what he is supposed to do. Does his job, gets the leadoff base hit, finds himself aboard, and that's a big run, big potential run standing over there at first base. So as it has gone for Coach Rios, Coach Dill also pulling the right string so far in terms of pinch hitters off the bench, and it's been impressive stuff from both sides to see kind of who's winning this chess match between both managers.
It's been a chess match indeed. The weekday series, Tuesday, Wednesday matchups. First pitch strike to Ben Wade.
A lot of dirt on those pans for Ben Wade down there.
And that's how you know he's playing hard. Wade is 0 for 2 with a base on balls and a reached on error.
So stolen base in this ball game from Wade, so seeing a little bit why he got dirty.
On the ground to third, could be a pair. To second for 1, back to first. In time for the double play. So quickly, just like that, 2 down, and your biggest fear is met if you're a fan of the Power as Wade grounds into the easy double play, and the bases are now cleared for A.J. Bianchina.
And that was an incredibly tough play over there at the hot corner by Lewis. I mean, that's one where you easily see it, especially on this infield, can take a bad hop sometimes, can hop over, or it just goes under the glove when you're trying to scoop it like that. Tough to get 1, let alone 2, so a very impressive play to keep his team in it and get a couple big outs right there.
First pitch swing and a miss to Bianchina, and Bianchina is 0 for 2 with a walk. He walked in the 6th inning. Bianchina has struggled in his first 2 starts, but looking to get it going here. Any way he can get on for the top of the order to perhaps set up an insurance run would be huge as he fouls this one off and he's quickly behind 0-2.
So it's been working ahead so far in counts for the Merchants here in this inning. And in danger for the Power of going down quickly and sending that red-hot offense right back to the plate for another comeback situation.
0-2. Pretty good pitch called a ball, and the pitcher was walking off the mound.
Third baseman was as well.
I don't blame him. I mean, that looked like a beautiful pitch right on the outside corner. I guess the home plate umpire thought it was just a little too far off the outside.
Tell you what, I was starting to get the cap off my water bottle, taking my sip for the inning, and I'm like, oh, we still got another pitch at least.
So that pitch is going to be a 1-2. And here is the 1-2, and it's chopped foul and into the Merchants dugout.
So making the play off the ricochet. Couldn't make the play off the initial hop with anyone in the dugout, but at least someone was able to get a nice hand on there, and you don't want to call it a souvenir of the dugout, but someone made a play.
And that is what matters. Here's the 1-2 for the second time. Up the middle, and a base hit. So a base hit for Bianchina, and he gets on for McCarty, who will flip the lineup over.
Second hit and 3 batters from this bottom of the lineup. Unfortunately, a double play sandwich in between has put a little bit of a wrench in the inning, but the top of the lineup coming up with McCarty, who has walked in his last AB. Walked in his 2 previous plate appearances ago, ended up coming around to score on a Caden Richards double. That was a 2-out walk, looking to do the same here, extend the inning for Caden Richards, who is 4 for 4, looking for his 5th hit here, if he can get a chance.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch. It's 0-1. McCarty is 0 for 3 with a pair of flyouts and a walk.
Grounded out as well in his first plate appearances was McCarty.
McCarty has been one of the less effective hitters in this series, and that comes as a big surprise. He's had a great series last week against the Utah Yaks. And now he takes well off the inside. 1-1. Sam, I would have dove way out of the way of that pitch. I don't know how they do it down there. I don't know how the courage it takes to stay in the box.
Yeah.
Hanging with those tight fastballs, but...
Yeah, as the velocity goes up, I'm moving out of the way of a pitch that might be a strike.
Last time I got in the batting cage, his 50 looked like Aroldis Chapman. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a called strike to throw it on to second in time, but it skips in the dirt. So now advancing over to third as it jumps into center field is Bianchina, and a close play as he has slowed into a trot. And Lewis insisted he got him. Instead, safe at third is Bianchina. And that's important to remember because the effort is what wins ball games. And Casey Dill has talked about that. Just making sure you hustle all the way down the line into that third base spot, especially late in the ball game.
Yeah, and if that was the third out right there and a couple of runs end up scoring in the top half of the ninth, that lackadaisical effort could be the key difference in this ball game. But fortunately for the Power, doesn't come back to bite him in this instance. McCarty down on 2 strikes.
And now McCarty will send this one sailing foul, and it's 1-2.
Big insurance run, now standing 90 feet away. Another stolen base from the Power, their 3rd of the ball game. And that's the second time we've seen that throw down to second, go into the outfield and extend another 90 feet. So ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here to lead off hitter McCarty.
And McCarty grounds this one to second, and it's been a common theme for him tonight. Rodriguez to Gomez, the inning is over. When we come back, it's the top of the 9th. It looks like it'll be Alexander Oliver to close this baby out at 6-4 Power from Palm Springs Stadium.
There's something winning in the Agua. Catch all the action at 360 Sports at Agua Caliente Casinos. Watch your favorite teams on our giant wraparound screens. See live scores on the LED sports ticker. Win big with our bar top games and enjoy great twists on bar food favorites. And with 3 premier casino locations, 360 Sports is the ultimate fan experience. For more information, visit aguacalientecasinos.com.
Across the Coachella Valley, you'll find our communities powered by short-term rentals. These rentals bring visitors and dollars to the region. Whether attending events, checking out the art scene, or dining at restaurants, when they spend money, we all score. The nearly $1 billion impact of short-term vacation rentals generates tax revenues that fund police, firefighters, education, and many other programs that improve our daily lives. To learn why short-term rentals are a grand slam for the home team, visit onecv.org.
Shopping for car insurance is confusing. Holy cow.
Great. Now we have a cow in our kitchen. Why did you say that?
Because I don't know what coverage to choose.
So just say the State Farm jingle. A State Farm agent can go over all your options with you and help choose coverage that meets your needs. Dude, cow, could you move?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Top of the ninth inning, the Power leads 6-4 as it's Alexander Oliver looking to close this one out for the Power. And what do you got on Alexander Oliver?
Yeah, Oliver, another arm for this Power team who has seen some innings. This being his fourth game of action in 4 games being played, so he's appeared in every game so far, and you could argue he's been the most effective pitcher for this Power team so far. The lowest in WHIP with a 1.29 WHIP. The ERA definitely the best on the team with a 2.57. There's been a lot of impressive stuff from Oliver so far in this young season. 7 innings, he's given up a hit in each inning, you could say 7 hits as well, but only the 2 earned runs, 2 walks, so he won't walk a lot of guys, 8 strikeouts, so has a lot of stuff that can fool you as well, so he's got a lot of stuff that you'd love to have as a closer, and you see why they're throwing him in this situation right here. He's got a great fastball, has a great off-speed mix as well, and is very deceptive towards hitter, and only needs 3 outs to get here.
Absolutely. Nate Ticky will lead off, and he takes the first pitch high, another pinch hitter for the Merchants.
Ticky played yesterday, another one of those guys who didn't get the start today, played yesterday's ball game, and there's a lot of offense, a lot of hits for the Merchants yesterday, but couldn't drive in those runners. A lot of runners stranded on base, and right now, similar theme for both sides.
That one is equally as high. It's 2-0 to Ticky. Ticky needs to get on base by any means possible. So crucial to have that leadoff man reach, especially in the 9th when you're trailing by a pair. On deck is Lewis. So it'll go 8-9-1, at least to start the inning for the Merchants, as that one's a called strike. Fastball from Oliver.
Good bounce back pitch from Oliver, a guy who I've said doesn't walk a lot of guys, but in danger of losing the first hitter, and responds after going down 2-0 to quickly getting it even in the count in 2-2.
Another fastball right there, almost in the exact same spot. So it is 2-2. And Oliver delivers a 2-2 pitch. He got him looking, and that one was pretty straightforward. 3 straight fastballs after falling behind 2-0. Oliver said, I'm done messing around. Here's the same thing 3 times. And that brings up Zach Lewis.
He says, adios. Can I help you? Nope, just looking. And that spot of the order has come up 4 times, the 8-hole, and all 4 times has struck out. It's been a couple different hitters, so not a golden sombrero, but I guess if you want to give a golden sombrero to a spot in the lineup, the 8th spot does have it.
Absolutely, it does. So here is Zach Lewis, and he takes a called strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
And now he's really starting to find the zone. 4 straight strikes, and it's been inside, outside, especially that outside fastball that hitters aren't able to extend their hands to, and giving them some troubles here in this 9th.
That pitch is high. A breaking ball that never truly broke. It's trying to scrape the top part of that zone, but wasn't particularly close. It's 1-1 to Lewis. Lewis is 2 for 3 with a pair of knocks, a double and a single. It was picked off in a crucial play in the 3rd, as that one is outside. It's 2-1.
Oliver, a guy who gets it done both on the field and in the classroom. Grove, Oklahoma native. Has a 4.1 ERA or 4.1 GPA.
Unbelievable.
A lot better than I could do.
2-1 pitch is swung on a miss. It's 2-2.
He's doing that over at Colorado State Pueblo.
Great school, great state. Colorado, obviously.
Very beautiful.
One of the most beautiful states in this country, with the beautiful sunsets over the Rocky Mountains, and I feel we get some similar sunsets over these desert mountains out here in Palm Springs.
I've heard nothing beats a California sunset, Jeff.
Nothing beats a California sunset. It's 2-2, the pitch to Lewis, and it's just low and outside. It's 3-2, so he runs a count full. A pretty good at-bat here from Lewis. Still one away here in the top of the 9th. Oliver trying to make this thing as simple as possible, not allow anyone to get on base, especially with the top of the order coming up in Kai Laxa. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it's flown out towards right center field. Falling, and into the glove of Thompson. 2 down.
So 3 saves in the collegiate career of Oliver. He had 1 this past season, 2 last year, and this would be save number 1 for the Power, and the first win that wouldn't have to come from a walk-off if they can just get this one last out. The Power were in this situation yesterday and weren't able to succeed, we should say.
And this one wasn't particularly straightforward either if the Power do hang on. A very stressful 8th inning for Andrew Baltazar, and it's swing and a miss by Kai Laxa on the first pitch. 3 runs came across for the Merchants. Alameda didn't come here to get blown out. They've played 2 really closely contested games, and if Laxa can reach, this one isn't over either. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and a soft ground ball down the third base side. Going to be a really tough play. Barehanded, there will be a throw, but it is late. So Laxa does reach on an infield single, his second straight at bat, reaching first safely. And Nico Rodriguez will come up. He is 1 for 2, reached on an error, reached on a walk. He was hit by a pitch, and he later singled in the 8th.
He's found almost every way to get on base that hasn't been the ways of hits. And now coming up, getting on base in every plate appearance. Got a hit last time. Got to feel he's starting to see the ball well with him being the tying run.
And whether or not he'd like to admit it, this does become a lot more stressful for Alexander Oliver, because now the game can be tied with 1 swing of the bat. That's what's so crucial about that 8th inning, as the first pitch is pumped in for a called strike, that fastball. Alexander Oliver loves it, and he loves painting the corners with it, and he's done such a great job of that so far in this inning. But he's got to get through one more guy, and it is Nico Rodriguez. And a big swing and a miss there. It's 0-2. Rodriguez let go of the bat with his backhand. And the Power got the Merchants down to their final strike here, 0-2 with 2 outs in the 9th.
Power really starting to figure out who their high and low leverage guys are. Zach Phillips, the pitching coach with MLB experience. Gotta love what he's seeing from Oliver here in the 9th.
0-2 is lined up the middle for a base hit. So Thompson will go over to field it. Going to third is Laxa. Pumping the brakes at first is Rodriguez. And another base hit for the Merchants to stay alive. And now you got the tying run at first with the go-ahead run at the plate for Trey Johnson, who showed off the power earlier with a 2-run triple in the 8th inning.
And now I think this has got to beg the question, with the speed of Rodriguez standing at second base, do you go maybe and try and get that tying run in scoring position, or do you want to try and eliminate the threat of getting the go-ahead run caught up and ending the ballgame?
That one's high. I don't think so, just because of the nature of the power hitter at the plate and on deck. You have your 3-4 guys coming up. You don't want to waste that opportunity. That one is also high, 2-0.
After giving up a couple of hits, Oliver's starting to lose command, and with no one warming up in the bullpen, this is his game to win or lose.
It was a first 2 outs very quickly for Oliver, and now it's turned into a very stressful 9th, as that one is a called strike, perhaps a bit of a gift off the outside corner, 2-1.
Loving that outside corner, and last few batters have been able to extend their hands after seeing that pitch a couple of times and trying to see if Johnson can do the same thing or get a week out.
That one is also high, 3-1 now from Alexander Oliver home to Trey Johnson.
With Martini standing in the on-deck circle, really the last guy you want to face, a 9th inning killer. Had that 3-run shot in the 9th inning yesterday. Could come up in a similar spot here today.
3-1 is off the outside, and it's ball 4, and Martini will come up with the bases loaded. So the force out at any plate, but it doesn't really matter. There's 2 outs, and Martini, who launched an absolute no-doubter over that pole field wall in last night's game, which put the Merchants ahead in the 9th yesterday.
So they're loaded, sacks packed with Merchants, and 2 away for the guy who hit, as you mentioned, the aforementioned go-ahead home run in the 9th yesterday to put his team up 2 with a chance to do it again today, this time an extra RBI.
Into center field, and that is going to fall. Base hit. So 1 run will score, 2 runs will score. Safe at third, and it is bouncing over towards the Power dugout. This game is tied just like that. So Martini comes up big, and it's 6-6 as we've got a brand new ball game.
Able to advance to second base on the base hit, so could require another walk-off for the Power, or it could be the Merchants with another late inning rally, and this time coming into Palm Springs Stadium and stealing one. What a piece of hitting, what a piece of clutch hitting from Martini. He does it again in the 9th inning. And just when you thought this ball game was over, the first two batters go down in order. And for the second straight inning, it's the top four hitters doing damage yet again. It's RBI number 2 in the game for Martini.
Pretty crazy stuff, and that brings up Fabian Gomez, and Gomez looks at a first pitch strike. It's 0-1.
So big first pitch strike, but 5 runs in the last 2 innings for the Merchants.
And now if you're Alexander Oliver, you just got to worry about getting out of here with a tie ball game. That one's grounded back towards Oliver. Oliver will throw to Yasso in time. The inning is over, but not before the Merchants have tied this game. It's 6 for the Alameda Merchants, 6 for the Palm Springs Power. We head to the bottom of the 9th where the Power look to walk it off.
There's something winning in the Agua. Catch all the action at 360 Sports at Agua Caliente Casinos. Watch your favorite teams on our giant wraparound screens. See live scores on the LED sports ticker. Win big with our bar top games and enjoy great twists on bar food favorites. And with 3 premier casino locations, 360 Sports is the ultimate fan experience. For more information, visit aguacalientecasinos.com.
Across the Coachella Valley, you'll find our communities powered by short-term rentals. These rentals bring visitors and dollars to the region. Whether attending events, checking out the art scene, or dining at restaurants, when they spend money, we all score. The nearly $1 billion impact of short-term vacation rentals generates tax revenues that fund police, firefighters, education, and many other programs that improve our daily lives. To learn why short-term rentals are a grand slam for the home team, visit onecv.org.
Shopping for car insurance is confusing. Holy cow.
Great. Now we have a cow in our kitchen. Why did you say that?
Because I don't know what coverage to choose.
So just say the State Farm jingle. A State Farm agent can go over all your options with you and help choose coverage that meets your needs. Dude, cow, could you move?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium where the drama ensues. It is now 6-6. The Palm Springs Power had a 6-1 lead coming into the top of the 8th inning, and since then things have changed drastically. All the momentum has shifted towards Alameda, and coming up first for the Power here to try and walk it off, none other than guess who, Sam? Caden Richards, who is 4 for 4 with a stolen base, 2 runs batted in, and a home run shy, a walk-off home run shy of the cycle.
Yeah, it'd be an unbelievable way to end the game, and I think the best part about that is the game would end by a score of 6-7. Sorry, Jack. I know.
Anyway, here's Richards, and he's 4 for 4. Triple, double, 2 singles, a stolen base.
Not a big fan?
No. Here's the first pitch from Diego de Santiago, and he takes inside. It's 1-0.
So Sandstorm starts to commence here, and that's when this team really starts to take stride here. A 9th inning ball club. They have 2 walk-offs in the 9th, 1 in the 10th, and looking for, dating back to last season, their 5th straight walk-off victory. Would be 4 wins, 4 walk-offs to start this 2026 season.
It's called strike low in the zone. 1-1 to Caden Richards. Richards, a night to remember for him. I'm guessing a career night in what is already a young, stellar career for Caden Richards.
And looking to complete it in the most, I don't want to say heroic, but definitely the most convenient way possible for him, and a perfect ending to a perfect night for Richards if he can score that winning run. He's accounted for 5 of the 6 power runs if you include RBIs runs. 3 runs, 2 RBIs for Richards, and if he can either cross the plate as that 7th run or get that winning hit later on in the ball game, that's all he can ask for.
Called strike. It's 2-2 to Richards. Richards now takes a timeout, steps out of the box, and now comes back in.
Richards is a guy so scary to pitch to because he possesses so much power, but his ability to make contact, get on base, and if he gets on base, steal a bag, can cause chaos.
Absolutely looking to do just that, get on base, and he swings and shoots one foul down the right field line and out of play. So it remains 2-2 to the hot hand Richards, and Diego de Santiago not afraid of him at all, coming into the zone the entire at-bat, saying we're not going to pitch around anybody. We're not going to put the winning run on base in any form, and he wants to get this leadoff guy out.
See if that can lead to a mistake to Richards.
So here is the 2-2 to Richards, and it's jammed on the ground to third. Lewis will throw in time to Gomez, one away.
So got Richards tied up in on the hands, and 4-hit day looking for that 5th hit and could not get it there. Tough time for that first out for Richards, but now got to hope the rest of his lineup can pick him up and get that winning run in any way, shape, or form. So 6-3 ground out, bringing up Junie Rodriguez to the plate. He has an RBI, drove in Richards back in the first inning, also has a single in a game where he's 1 for 3.
So here is the left-handed right fielder, Junie Rodriguez. He's 1 for 3 with a sac fly and 2 RBIs. And he takes off the inside, turns his back towards De Santiago, and it's 1-0.
Had to face a couple lefties earlier in the game as Rodriguez, and now facing a righty. This is a matchup he really thrives in, and looking to get a good barrel, get a good piece, and at least put himself in scoring position.
Interestingly enough, nobody up in the bullpen for the Power. Alex Biscotti is up for the Merchants as Rodriguez takes a healthy hack and misses. It's 1-1.
Yeah, looking for a fastball right there, and the changeup once again, the bottom falling out of it. We've seen the Power be early on a couple of changeups that happened again right there for Rodriguez, and now 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out in a knotted ball game at 6s.
On the ground towards the middle infield. Play at second made, Rodriguez to Gomez, 2 away.
So the hero from 2 nights ago, Alexander Yasso. A chance to do it again.
So here is Yasso. He is 1 for 4 with a trio of ground outs and a single. And Yasso looks to come up big here for the Power. Tie game, bottom 9. Jack Lennon, Sam Egan.
It's one of the 3 walk-off heroes to be in the lineup right now. Conley taken out of the ball game earlier.
Called strike on the first pitch.
And Arriola not in the ball game today.
So it's 0-1 to Yasso, who's had a really nice approach in his single in the RBI single in the 7th. 1-0 pitch is shot towards right side over the head of Rodriguez and into right field, a base hit. And got to assume that Casey Deal will pinch run here for Yasso, and he will
indeed looks like he's
do
gonna
exactly
pitch
that. It'll be John Artis, the speedy center fielder, coming out to first. So Yasso departs, a 2-hit night for him. He's 2 for 5. And Adam Axtell will come up, and he's 2 for 3 with a strikeout, a walk, and 2 singles, the latest of which came in the 7th.
Axtell's RBI base hit, or I'm sorry, Yasso's RBI base hit back in the 7th was the tying run. So now he checks out. Up steps Axtell, who had that beautiful bunt base hit in his last at-bat. He's reached his last 3 plate appearances.
So here's Axtell, and he looks at a called strike on the first pitch. It's 0-1 to Adam Axtell. The shortstop tonight plays all over the infield, though, and he's showcased the glove a little bit in each of those spots during the first 4 games for the Power.
Identical stats in the runs and hits, 6 runs, 11 hits for both sides.
And now he takes down low. It's 1-1 to Axtell. Axtell could be the hero here for the Power. It seems like everyone has had a walk-off hit so far. 3 games in, 3 walk-offs. 1 by Noah Arriola, 1 by Amari Conley, 1 by Alex Yasso. And here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a called strike. Pardon me, the 1-1 pitch. So it's 1-2.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. In a game that the Power field may have slipped away from them a little bit, and they're hoping their offense can bail them out. It's a 2-out rally for the Merchants.
1-2 pitch. Ooh, very close to that outside corner, and walking off the mound was De Santiago, but no dice for him as it extends the at-bat, and it brings the count even at 2-2 to Adam Axtell.
Second time we've seen him begin to start walking off the mound, only to be denied by the umpire, told to go back for another pitch.
2-2 pitch. Doesn't get bigger than this. 2 outs, bottom 9, tie game. Rolled foul off to the right side.
Just a bit under that one was Axtell. He gets a piece on that one. That one could be trouble if it gets over the head of the first baseman. A lot of speed on first base, as you said, with Artis. So a ball in the gap should score him, especially with him running off contact.
Any ball in the gap should score Artis, and perhaps an upcoming 3-2 count here if the pitch is off the plate would mean Artis would be able to go with 2 outs for any contact, and that is indeed off the plate, off the outside. So Artis will be going here.
And that's a big ball.
At the crack of the bat.
Artis will be going off the pitch.
Off the delivery. So Artis will be going off the delivery. It is 3-2 with 2 outs, and perhaps any gap shot or line drive down the line will get him in. Now it takes a hop off second base, a ground ball, and the throw is in time to Gomez. The inning is over. When we come back, it's free baseball here from Palm Springs Stadium after a quick word from our sponsors.
Quality first is quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium. Jack Lennon, Sam Egan here to bring you coverage of the extra innings between the Alameda Merchants and the Palm Springs Power. The score is tied at 6-6. Both teams have 11 hits, 2 errors for the Alameda Merchants, 1 error for the Palm Springs Power. And remaining on the hill is Alexander Oliver, and coming up for the Merchants is Benji O'Rourke. So a big spot here in extra innings.
As even of a ball game as you could have. And once again, for the 4th straight ball game, a walk-off will be needed to decide for the Palm Springs Power if they want to win it. And for the second time this season, we go to extras, and it's been both times I've been in this seat as the color commentator. We've gotten extra innings, gotten some extended baseball. So we'll see how this one fares with the Palm Springs Power win last time they went to extra innings back on Saturday against the Yaks.
I ought to take you to Dick's Sporting Goods and use it as a free baseball coupon, as that one swung on and missed. Strike 1 to Benji O'Rourke. O'Rourke came into this game as a pinch hitter and singled in the 8th. And he takes up high. It's 1-1.
Good frame job by Wade, trying to get that one called on the inside corner. Couldn't get the call, but good idea nonetheless from Wade, and now it's an even count, 1-1.
So 1-1 to O'Rourke. And the pitch from Oliver is bounced back towards him up the middle, and a base hit. So a knock for O'Rourke, his 2nd of the game.
Dangerous throw right there from the shortstop in Axtell. That one gets by the first baseman. That turns into extra bases and leadoff runner in scoring position. Instead, still a base hit. Really, really tough play for Oliver to make on the mound there. Tried making a PFP, couldn't get it into his glove, and up the middle for that base hit.
So O'Rourke reaches as the leadoff man. He now leads off of first, and the go-ahead run is on base for the Merchants, and that brings up Peter Sandner. Sandner goes after the first pitch, and he shoots it down the right field line. That is going to be fair, and everyone's going to run for quite a bit. Chasing after it, Rodriguez, he'll play the carom. Coming around third, and there's going to be a play at the plate. Now he'll go back to third, and nobody's covering second, so in between second and third was Sandner. He will scoot back to second safely. Boy, if the Power had anyone down there, there might have been a decent shot at getting Sandner retired. Instead, he retreats to second harmlessly, and the Power have now yielded runners on second and third. And Alexander Oliver remains a pitcher as Jaden Bitter will greet him.
So you cannot blame the second baseman or shortstop on that one. They're going out to right field trying to make a double cut to try and get that throw down. For the first baseman in Yasso, you got to be trailing the runner at all costs. Yasso was just standing there at first base, and what seems like a small play on paper turns into a free base runner being able to get back to the bag, and what could have been a free out turns into nothing.
Indeed it does. They give Bitter the free pass. So Bitter will take first as they set up the force out at any bag.
Infield in for the Power as well. The bottom of the lineup up. Interesting choice to walk guys at the bottom of the lineup when you have 1, 2, 3 looming on deck and in the hole.
So here's Lewis, and he takes a ball up high. The infield is pulled in. All 4 infielders toes on the infield grass.
Additionally, it puts a lot of pressure on Oliver, too, to have to throw strikes, and that can cause him to throw a mistake pitch.
So ground ball would be huge here for the Power. Oliver throws, and it's up high again. So now, dangerous 2-0 pitch, and Oliver's got to come in, Sam, and Lewis knows it.
Yeah, he's got to come in. You can't afford to walk this batter in and get a run to score on a free pass. You got to make him earn it, and we'll see if Oliver does just that.
So here's the 2-0, and Lewis takes up high again. So it's 3-0 to Zach Lewis, and none of these pitches, Sam, have been particularly close.
Yeah, it brings Zach Phillips out to the mound immediately. A 3-0 count. All 3 pitches have missed up and out of the zone. All of them have been up.
So Zach Phillips will conference at the mound with the rest of this Power infield and have a conversation with Alexander Oliver.
Oliver just got to take a deep breath, relax, getting hit a little bit around in this inning, but you can't let it affect your ability to throw strikes. You got to have the ability that you got pitches that can get you to get outs. It's been some weak contact that's turned into hits, and obviously the one hard hit ball turning into the double.
So he departs now, and Oliver left back alone at the mound as the infield spreads back out across the dirt. And
Merchants looking to break this one open. Would be their first lead all game.
So they've trailed 6-1 for a great part of this ball game. Now the 3-0 pitch is up high, and it is ball 4, and it will give them their first lead today. And the intentional pass does come back to bite the Power. And Casey Dill looks like he's going to be making a change when we come back on the Palm Springs Power Television Network.
Quality first is quite a philosophy to live by. But world-class ingredients are the foundation of great meals. And we wouldn't have it any other way. At Kaiser Grill in downtown Palm Springs, we believe you deserve the best. So whether it's dinner for 2 or a celebration with 200 friends, quality is our promise to you. Because quality is king. Quality is Kaiser.
Outdoor living in the Coachella Valley is spectacular, and Tessera is the premier builder of outdoor living spaces in the desert. Nobody does it better than Tessera. From one end of this valley to the other, from Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, to Indio and La Quinta. For 35 years, we've created the ultimate in outdoor living, landscaping, pools, and patios, so you and your family can enjoy each other. Live well. Live Tessera.
Welcome back to Palm Springs Stadium, where the Power trail for the first time today. It is 7-6 here in favor of the Alameda Merchants, who traveled down a few days ago from Alameda, California, just next to Oakland, up in the Bay Area for a 2-game series, and looking to split that series with the Palm Springs Power, who took last night's game on a walk-off walk. The heroic walk came from Amari Conley, and tonight, a heroic walk just came from Zach Lewis, who now turns the lineup over with the bases loaded.
Yeah, it's a big situation here to at least alleviate the deficit. Obviously, coming into worst-case scenario, bases loaded, nobody out. That go-ahead run has already scored. So you got to limit the damage and give your offense at least a chance to try and walk it off again.
So here's Laxa, who has singled in both of his previous plate appearances, but he is 2 for 5 with a pair of strikeouts, and a first pitch from Brian Garcia, who enters the game, is up high.
That one narrowly missing the strike zone. Gets called for a strike nonetheless. And Laxa already heading the count 1-0.
That one is down low, so it's now 2-0. And again, power pitcher falling behind in a count where the bases are loaded simply cannot happen.
There's the walks that were the Achilles heel for the Merchants yesterday, and the exact opposite is the Power who are falling victim to walks being a massive issue, and it could be an even bigger one with back-to-back walks potentially looming.
So now it's 3-0. The check swing was not appealed. So a 3-0 count as that last pitch was high. Garcia pumps in a much-needed strike. It's 3-1. That's huge.
Yeah, that one was absolutely vital. Needed to get one across the zone, and that might be all this pitcher needed in Garcia to get a couple across the plate and get a couple outs.
Regardless, he's got to come in. Laxa knows it. Here's a 3-1 pitch. And a big swing and a miss. Boy, Laxa was swinging for the grand slam, trying to put the Merchants up by 5. A very healthy hack there. It's 3-2, a full count with the bases loaded. Still nobody out. A force out available for the Power at any base. Swinging a slow tapper foul. Garcia comes off the mound. He will throw to nobody. A run will come across. It is Kyle Sandner scoring.
3 straight infield singles and 3 straight innings for Laxa. Sometimes you don't got to be lucky to be good, and that's been the exact case for Laxa. Nobody covering home on that play, no throw to make, and yet another run scores. Nobody out, everyone just moving up at 90 feet.
And that has been the story of this top of the 10th for the Power. Everybody moves up 90 feet once again, like you said, Sam. And here is Nico Rodriguez. He is 2 for 3. He's reached base safely all 5 times he's gotten up, once by an error. Hit by pitch, a walk, 2 singles in his last 2 appearances. Looking to really bust this baby open here for the Merchants. And he takes a ball just off the outside. That one looked like a pretty good pitch. The infield remains in for the Power all across the board. 2-0 from Garcia. He comes home, and it's a called strike on the inside corner. Nice pitch there to get back into this count.
This is a Power team that right now is struggling to get strikes across the plate, and right now for Garcia, you need to just get strikes across the plate. Don't want to put it in the hands of the umpire. You want to put it in the hands of your defense.
2-1 is shot foul. So it's 2-2. That one's out of play. And
oh, smokes.
You're Garcia. You're sure glad it was.
Yeah. One of those long foul balls that he said fortunate enough to just hook foul.
And that shows up tomorrow in the box score as a long strike for Garcia. Don't give it a second thought. If you're the pitcher on the mound right now, 2-2 pitch, runs way inside, and they're going to say it hit him. And heading for first is Rodriguez, so that brings in another run, and now it's 9-6. The bases remain loaded. Nobody is out. And disaster approaching for the Power. They once led 6-1 coming into the 8th. They now trail 9-6. 8 runs in the 8th, 9th, and 10th combined, and still nobody out here. Now the infield turns to normal depth, but the corner's in. There's a first pitch strike. Nice pitch by Garcia. It's 0-1.
Power were 1 out away, 1 strike away from victory in that 9th inning.
With nobody on.
With nobody on.
There's a foul back. It's 0-2. Failed to mention that Trey Johnson is the man at the plate, and he's had a good game. A walk, a triple, a single, 2 runs batted in.
It's really been the later innings for Johnson where he's come through for his team, and when it matters most, he's done the job.
And he rips this one foul, and it remains 0-2.
Triple, a pair of singles. I'm sorry, a triple, a single, and a walk for Johnson. Had a big run in that 8th inning. There was a 3-run 8th, a 2-run 9th, and now a 3-run 10th. after only 1 run in the first 7 innings for the Merchants.
0-2, and it goes over the head of the catcher Wade, and everybody will move up 90 feet. Another free run for the Merchants makes this game 10-6. Nobody out, runners on second and third. So coming across to score is Lewis, who started the bigger part of this rally with a walk.
Really starting to get out of hand for this power pitching staff, and it's the self-inflicted wounds right now that are really biting them right now. A couple walks in the inning already. A walk, a hit by pitch, and now the pass ball scoring yet another run.
So Johnson stands in 1-2 after the wild pitch, and he got him looking. Huge punch out there for Garcia. Gets the first out of this inning after long await. And that will bring up Gio Martini.
Team's got to be saying, finally, you get that out. There's a big one to get, a really, really tough one to get, evidently. And now a couple big runs still standing in scoring position. So got to get 2 more outs, deliver these outs, and give your offense a chance to have somewhat of a chance.
In the left field, Makate going back. He makes the catch and tagging up the runner from third. He will score. It's 11-6. And scoring is Laxa. So a sacrifice fly for Martini, and he does his job to get that 5th run of the inning home. He's now got 4 batted in.
Yeah, and now it's batter number 9 of the inning. They're just about batted around. It's Gomez coming to the plate for the Merchants.
So if Gomez reaches, they will have batted around. Benji O'Rourke started the inning with a single. I don't think anyone could have seen coming what happened next, as that one's inside.
Yeah, it absolutely unraveled on the mound for the Power. But good news about baseball is it's not over till it's over. Gonna have a lot of work to do for the Power, though, in the bottom half, regardless of how this inning ends.
That one's outside. It's 2-0 to Fabian Gomez. Gomez is 0 for 4. And he takes a called strike, a nice one there. Just at the top of the zone by Garcia. Now it's 2-1 to Gomez. 2 outs, runner on second. The runner is Nico Rodriguez. And the 2-1 pitch. And it clips him. And heading down to first will be Fabian Gomez, and the Merchants have bat around.
Another hit by pitch, the second of this inning. Now you have first and second. 2 out, and already 5 runs plated across.
So 10 runs in the final 3 innings of this game, at least so far. A chance to do more for Benji O'Rourke. Another single would make it 11.
It's been 10 runs in the last 3 innings by the Merchants alone. The Power haven't done anything in those last 3 innings.
Power obviously hoping for a big bottom half of the 11th as fans still staying in this ballpark. Loyal fan base here from Palm Springs. Casey Dill says this is this community's baseball team. And always a lot of fun here at the yard at Palm Springs Stadium. O'Rourke comes up for the second time in this inning. He singled earlier, and it was his second hit of the night. And he takes off the outside for first pitch ball. It's 1-0.
So 1-0. And that has been the key issue for this Power team is they've been getting behind in counts a lot.
A lot. So it's 1-0 with 2 outs, runners on first and second. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a perfect pitch in for a called strike.
1-1. Garcia working quick here and looking for a quick out here to get his offense up to the plate.
So the 1-1 pitch from Garcia is down and low, and it's 2-1.
See it just quickly catching his breath on the mound and can fire one across the plate.
Definitely a frustrating performance for this bullpen today. 10 earned runs for this Power bullpen. That one is swung on a miss, strike 2. So O'Rourke swinging a miss there, evens the count at 2-2, 2 outs. Top of the 10th, if you're just joining us, it's the Alameda Merchants up in the San Francisco Bay Area is where they play their home games. They have 11. The Power have 6. The home team, Palm Springs Power, here from Palm Springs Stadium on a wonderful Wednesday evening. 2-2 pitch with 2 out. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the Power finally escape what can only be classified as a very frustrating inning for Alexander Oliver and Garcia as we go to the bottom half of the 11th when we come back.
Try our big, beautiful all-day menu with more than 70 delicious dishes and our award-winning 3-course brunch for only $27.99. At Palm Springs' most popular restaurant, there's always a party at Lulu.
Whether you're building, landscaping, renovating, refreshing, or simply researching, rent the right size tools for your size jobs. In store, online, or in app.
So leading off the bottom of the 11th of the Power is Jeremiah Acosta. Welcome to the bottom half of the 10th inning. I'm Jack Lennon, joined by my partner, my pal, Sam Egan. So Jeremiah Acosta, the pinch hitter, and he will face Diego De Santiago here in the bottom half of the 11th. De Santiago's pitched really well, Sam.
Yeah, it's been a lot of zeros on the scoreboard for the Palm Springs Power, and that's why the scoreboard is what it is right now. Pitching collapse for the Power, where it's been 10 runs in the last 3 innings, and for a team who's got power in their name, they're going to need some juice to get back into this game.
So Acosta fouls off the first pitch. It's 0-1. On deck is Blake Browning, who singled. And Acosta watches a pitch go behind his head. It's 1-1.
Went well over his head, so even with him ducking to get out of the way, I don't think that one would have had a chance at hitting him either way.
So the 1-1 to Jeremiah Acosta from Diego De Santiago. And that's grounded through a base hit to right field, and that is how the bottom half of the 11th gets started. So a big base hit. Power more concerned with base runners right now more than anything. So a nice approach to the opposite field for Jeremiah Acosta.
Well, it's got to start somewhere, Jack. And for the Merchants in the last inning, it all started with the single. And for the Power, they're hoping it can be the exact same thing. Got the bottom of their lineup up, as did the Merchants in the last half inning. Didn't matter for the Merchants. For the Power, they're hoping for the exact same thing. It doesn't matter to them. They can get at least 5 across is the hope.
So here is Blake Browning. He's 1 for 1 with a base hit. 11-6 from Palm Springs Stadium. First pitch is a called strike right down the middle.
Yeah, there's another changeup that this Power team has been so reluctant to swing at. It's been the off-speed pitches. They haven't really been offering it. It's only really been the fastballs. And that one might have been a hittable one if Browning is ready for it.
0-1 to Browning, and he has to duck out of the way. That one was headed straight for his head. So wild a little bit is De Santiago, and can't imagine the Power bench is very happy about it, but down by 5, it's not exactly the time to be
Yeah, you hear a couple of heckles maybe like, oh, we got ice, and you hear that a lot amongst baseball dugouts, but in that situation when it's coming right at your head, I don't know if
probably not.
Ice will help for that.
So it's a 1-1 pitch from DeSantiago to Browning, and he swings and misses. It's 1-2, so Browning needs to find a way to reach here, bottom line.
Yeah, and Browning may have given him a little bit of a gift right there, swinging on a pitch a bit out of the zone here, and 2-1 is drastically different from 1-2.
Indeed it is.
So now Browning going to need to come up with a good two-strike approach to extend this at-bat and start a rally.
Swing and a miss. He got him. So 1 away now for DeSantiago. That's a huge first out. Kind of get that blood flowing in the right arm of Diego DeSantiago, who now has a clear path. A ground ball will win the game and give DeSantiago the pitching win.
And what's been so critical is DeSantiago, all he's doing is throwing strikes, doing nothing but his job and getting pitches across the plate and either getting weak contact or swings and misses.
So here's Ben Wade, and Wade shoots it. It is a ground ball, but it's bobbled, and nobody will be out. Everybody's safe. Moving up to second is Jeremiah Acosta. So pretty routine ground ball. Could have ended the game. Instead, bobbled by Gomez, and now 2 on for the Power.
And hate to be critical of a guy who's been pitching so well, but DeSantiago could have helped himself out by getting that out right there. Didn't hustle to the pitcher's mound. Thought his first baseman had it. Didn't hustle to the bag, and by the time he saw that his first baseman could have a play on it and he tries to get into the bag, it's far too late, and the runner is at first base in Wade.
So here's A.J. Bianchina. He is 1 for 3 with a walk and a single.
So that'll go down as E3, the bottom of this lineup here.
So Bianchina steps in, the lefty-righty advantage over Diego DeSantiago.
No home run today in this ball game for either side. The first time we've seen that all year at Palm Springs Stadium.
And the first pitch is down low. So 1-0 to Bianchina, and that's exactly what you have to do here. Get ahead in this count. Find any way to get on base.
Find yourself a way to get aboard. And getting ahead is a great recipe in doing so.
So the 1-0 is called strike. Boy, looked like DeSantiago left that one high and outside. Good frame job behind the dish.
Definitely looked a little bit high. Thought it might have clipped the plate there, and good on Bianchina, for not swinging.
1-1 pitch to Bianchina, and he looks at a ball inside.
Looks like a pitch in a similar spot in terms of height.
Absolutely it did, just when this a little more tight. So it is 2-1 to Bianchina. Bianchina has reached safely twice, a walk and a single. 2-1 pitch from DeSantiago is tapped foul and off to the right side, 2-2.
A little bit early on the off-speed pitches, Bianchina. And that changeup, which has been so effective so far in this ball game here for DeSantiago. He's looking for another swing and miss here and get himself one pitch away from getting out of this ball game with a W.
Here's the 2-2 from DeSantiago, and it's down low. So Bianchina has worked the count full with 1 out. 2 men on after the E3 by Fabian Gomez over at first base. He bobbled that routine ground ball. So here is Bianchina, the 3-2 payoff pitch. 2 runners on. Tapped on the ground to first, and Fabian Gomez will handle this one cleanly, take it to the bag. 2 are down here. The runners do move up 90 feet each. So second and third here for Matthew Makate, who does not have a hit in this game. He's 0 for 4 with a walk.
And it'll take a big 2-out rally from this Palm Springs Power team to force the miracle comeback. We've seen a couple 2-out rally from the Merchants so far, and that's been their key in this ball game. And right now, with the back against the wall, is the Power looking for the top of their lineup to come up with some sort of life.
So 2 down here. Bottom 10. Second and third. Makate takes a cut at the first pitch, and he fouls it back amongst the spectators, 0-1.
So quick souvenir over the bleachers here at Palm Springs Stadium and a little bit towards the parking lots.
Kate in that deep squat. Very peculiar batting stance, and he takes a cut at this one. Did he go around? Yes, he did. It's 0-2.
So now one strike away from falling to defeat. There's the Merchants, who were one strike away from defeat in the 9th inning before having a quick answer.
So 0-2 to Makate. The Merchants have pinned the Power down to their final strike. And De Santiago looking to close this baby out for the Merchants. And it is 0-2. Here's the pitch. Just off the outside. Boy, that one was real close. And what very easily could have been a game-ending strike 3 instead is ball 1. It's now 1-2.
Yeah, definitely thought that one could have been strike 3. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Another chance for this Power team to extend it.
There's the 1-2 pitch from De Santiago. That's low in the dirt. It's 2-2. So Makate has evened the count.
Kate continuing, gonna need to continue to fight at the plate. Have a good 2-strike approach to try and extend this one.
So 2-2 to Makate, who gets back into that low squat and awaits the pitch from Diego De Santiago. The pitch off the outside. It's 3-2. So now the count worked full from 0-2 to 3-2 for Makate. And the Power with a little bit of life here if Makate can reach with Caden Richards waiting on deck. So De Santiago looks into Benji O'Rourke and delivers the 3-2 pitch, and it's shot into left field. Moving back on it is Sander. He makes the catch, and that is the ball game. So the Power collect their first loss on the new season. They move to 3-1. The Merchants improved to 1-1 on the season. It's 11 runs on 14 hits and 3 errors for the Merchants. It's 6 runs on 12 hits and a single fielding error for the Power. Casey Dill and Albert Luna will conference and shake hands after a 1-1 two-game series split. For Sam Egan and for on-site producer Ethan Oliveras, I've been Jack Lennon. Thank you so much for tuning in to Power Baseball, and make sure you stop by for any one of our games Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday throughout the season. Good night and go Power.